On Wayne, again, he stars in The Searchers. See you then. Have a nice day today.
Coming up next, it's 500 grueling miles as man and machine scream to the wire in the Atlanta Journal 500. Then stay tuned for rugged Western action and high chaparral. After that, Hal Holbrook takes you on a tour of Arizona and Portrait of America. Coming up on Superstation WTBS.
You are about to participate in TV's first liquidation sale. If cutting your heating bills is important, listen carefully. We are selling over 25,000 Kerosun Moonlighter kerosene heaters at incredible savings. Check these features. 8,700 BTUs. Heat any size room with smokeless, odorless convection heat. 36-hour capacity. Push-button lighting. Adjustable flame dial. Automatic safety shutoff system. UL listed. Sold nationally at $149.95. But we're slashing an incredible $100 off. That's right. Buy direct for only $49.95, the guaranteed lowest price in America, or we'll refund double the difference to you for any Kerosun Moonlighter advertised for less. We're clearing inventory now. Use your credit card for rush delivery by calling 1-800-257-1234, or send check or money order for $49.95 plus $10 shipping and handling to Kerosun, Post Office Box 7500, Atlanta, Georgia, 30357.
Live from Atlanta International Raceway, the Atlanta Journal 500. Brought to you by Dodge, makers of the revolutionary Daytona Turbo Z, Caravan, and newly restyled Aries. Dodge, an American revolution. And by Old Milwaukee Beer and Old Milwaukee Light. It doesn't get any better than this. And by Peak Antifreeze and Coolant. For on the track or on the road, we've reinvented antifreeze.
Good day to you from the Atlanta International Raceway, the Atlanta Journal 500 live today on WTBS. You'll see it all, flag-to-flag coverage. I'm Ken Squire. Along with me is Glenn Jarrett, Dave Despain, Jack Carruth, and Dr. Jerry Punch to bring you all the action. Preliminary laps have been completed as they're trying to get this race started promptly. Question is weather. An evil gray sky. Antifreeze conditions here this afternoon on this mile-and-a-half, 24-degree bank track as we get set for a start. There you see the pole sitter, Bill Elliott in number 9. 3 wins in 1984. Will he make it 4 today? He is into the back straightaway beside Terry Labonte, who is currently the man to watch in the Winston Cup standings, leading by 49 points over here again. The second row is Jeff Bodine, and beside him is Cale Yarborough, a previous winner of this event. Then coming up in row 3, it's the Bandit, currently number 2 in the standings, Harry Gannon, Jody Ridley flanking him. Darrell Waltrip, a former winner, and Buddy Baker, also a former winner in row 4. Going to row 5 as we get set for the start, Bobby Allison. Allison, a twice winner of the Atlanta Journal 500, and Dale Earnhardt. Of course, he's come in so tight to win this race a couple of times and been aced out. Then in row 6, it's Bobby Hillin Jr. from Texas and the great David Pearson, 2-time winner. Going to row number 7, it'll be Ricky Rudd and Tim Richmond. In row 8, the 4-time winner, Richard Petty, going for win 201, and Rusty Wallace. One more lap, and we think they're going to turn them loose. In row 9, Benny Parsons, and 3-time winner, defending champion Neil Bonnet. Row 10 is Dave Marcus and Lake Speed. Going to row 11, it's Ron Bouchard carrying one of our onboard cameras in the Valvoline car today, and Kenny Schrader, the sprint car driver. Row 12 is Dean Combs and Trevor Boyce. In row 13 today, Morgan Shepard and Eddie Birchwell from Texas. Row 14 is Lenny Pond and Richard Brooks. Going to row 15, Joe Ruttman and Sterling Marlin. Row 16 is Phil Parsons and Greg Sachs for this event. In row 17, Jimmy Means and Mark Stahl. Then comes IMSA driver Bob Penrod in row 18, and Kenny Reagan from Georgia. In row 19, it's Terry Schoonover and Elliott Forbes Robinson. And then in row 20, Doug Hevron and Kyle Petty. 40 cars, 23 cars did not make the field. A.J. Foyt electing to pull out to be in Vegas today. We have a 40-car field with Kyle Petty shotgun. Track is clear and ready. It is cold as they come down for a start here today, Glenn Jarrett.
Yes, it is. This cool weather should be conducive to a greatly competitive race. And the cooler the weather is, the better the tires stick to the racetracks. I think we'll see one of the most competitive races ever.
4 drivers changed motors this morning. Ricky Rudd, Elliott, Bobby Hillin, and Richard Brooks. Getting set. Here they come out of turn number 4. Down for a start. Elliott on the point. He developed a little oil leak last week, elected to change an engine, and he comes out here really looking strong and stout. coming down the line. Notice on the outside, the 44 car as they take green for 328 laps. Foreboding skies. Hoping to get it all in here today and then on to Riverside, California next week. On the start, it's Elliott and Terry Labonte side by side. Tucked right in there, Bodine, and here comes Cale Yarborough. Back next is Harry Gant. That all-important point battle, and look down to the inside. Here comes Bodine. 3 wide into turn number 1. They touch in turn number 3. As they came through turn number 3, they actually pressed some sheet metal in the very first lap. Completing lap number 1. Give it to Bodine. He's already got a mark on the side of the car, and we have got one car in trouble on the bottom of turn number 3. You're inside Ron Bouchard's car, the Valvoline car. He's there with Richard Petty in number 43. Car number 82, Mark Stahl out of California, has had trouble up in turn number 3. He's limping back. You can see Bouchard in the Valvoline car holding his hand up to the drivers behind him, indicating there's trouble on the track and to get out of the front.
Yes, Ken, when the cars are just taking off like this, everybody's running very, very close together. It's easy to get yourself to watching the rear bumper of the car in front of you. So the guys always wave their hand whenever caution is on the racetrack, particularly early in the race when the cars are bunched up. 24 Chevrolets, 4 Buicks, 4 Pontiacs, 1 Oldsmobile, and 7 Fords in the field for the Atlanta Journal 500. You're live in the Valvoline car. Here comes number 5, Bodine, coming down, leading in car number 5. Bodine first, Elliott second, Cale Yarborough in third, with Terry Labonte showing 4th, Harry Gant in 5th, Jody Ridley in 6th. More live from the Atlanta International Raceway in a moment.
To race fans everywhere, Old Milwaukee means something great. It means the Old Milwaukee race team, racing at its best. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer. Cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer and smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light.
An Old Milwaukee.
An Old Milwaukee Light.
Tastes as great as their name.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this.
The cooling systems in today's cars are made with aluminum. But does your antifreeze protect that aluminum from the damage of rust, pitting, and corrosion? This one does. Peak Antifreeze and Coolant now has a unique patented formula, proven to help protect all the metals in your car's cooling system, including aluminum. For the way cars are made today, you need the protection of Peak. We've reinvented antifreeze.
Live with you from the Atlanta International Raceway, race number 29 to decide the $10 million Winston Cup Series. Let's go down to the STP Pit Center. Here's Dave Despain.
We're going to be seeing a lot of action from down here. If the first lap is any indication, it was in the first lap that the first caution flag came out. Remember, this race was postponed 1 week from last Sunday. The cars have been locked up in the garage, and the mechanics could not touch them until yesterday. Quite often when that happens, attrition comes fast and comes early, and we've seen it already here on lap 1. That should mean a busy day for our 2 pit reporters here today. The men who will trek up and down pit road, Chile, and covering the story there, Jackie Arute will be covering the turn 1 end of the pits, where many of the top stars are pitted here today. And further back at the other end of pit road will be the medical doctor from Daytona Beach, Florida, who's going to be diagnosing pit problems all afternoon. Dr. Jerry Punch will cover that into the pit activity. The yellow has come out early. Let's go back topside now to Ken Squire.
Ron Bouchard on the start, and that Valvoline car went from 21st to 16th. Now we have 2 onboard cameras today. The second one is with the Copenhagen car, and Benny Parsons is at the keyboard of that machine. There's the 82 car of Mark Stahl. He is from California. Started out in super stocks out there at age 16 of the old Cajon Speedway down in El Cajon. Raced off-road, of course, won the Baja 1000 3 times. Did it all by himself, solo. Here he is, Mark Stahl. One time at 20 and a half hours he won that race, all by his lonesome. Mark Stahl in trouble as they came around to complete lap number 1. We are now working in the 4th lap.
Yes, and we see now that the wrecker is pulling another car in. I wondered why the caution was out so long during this period. There was another car involved. Looks like from here it might be the number 77 car of Ken Reagan.
It's a bad break for the Unadilla, Georgia driver, Ken Reagan, who's really long on these super speedways, are hot on them. He loves to run these tracks. Let's go back once again to Dave Despain.
interesting situation with Ken Reagan. His car would not fire at the start. They pushed it the whole length of pit road. The ignition finally took hold. They actually have an alternative ignition system. Reagan flipped over to the other ignition system. The car fired up. He went one warm-up lap. They took the green flag, and as you saw, he had problems blowing the motor on the very first lap. It simply was not Ken Reagan's day here in the Atlanta Journal 500.
Slapped the wall, car number 77, Reagan.
Yes, he did. And Ken, you mentioned that he has had limited experience on the super speedways. He does do a very good job. Ken jumped into Grand National Racing almost green. He ran a few NASCAR late model sportsman races, and then the next year went immediately into Winston Cup Grand National Racing. Has done a very credible job since then. It's tough to see him have this bad break early in the race today.
All right, under caution, completing the 5th lap when they come by this time of the 328 to be run here today. Foreboding skies and the possibility of inclement weather still hangs over us. Pretty good crowd on a really cold day, Glenn.
Yes, it is cold and blustery. You know, I noticed also when the number 5 car, the lead car, Jeff Bodine, comes by our vantage point here, you can see a tire mark on the right side door where he made that bold move, passing Bill Elliott going into the 3rd turn on the 1st lap.
1 lap and they will be back under green. And the man up in front, Jeff Bodine, has come from 3rd spot. Here's Dave Despain.
One element that will heat up the action today, Ken, is this Barclays American Run for the Money that is being sponsored here today at the Atlanta Journal 500 by the people from Barclays American. $10,000 to the driver who leads the halfway lap in this race. Lap 164 is halfway. The man who leads that lap is going to pick up $10,000 cash, and if you don't think that'll be a red-hot scramble, well, stay tuned because it's coming up. We're about to go back to green.
3 wide into 3 was a pretty good scramble in the very first lap, and Bodine came out leading the first lap. There you see Cale Yarborough deployed in 3rd place, and this is the last time you'll see Yarborough. Chevrolet, of course, they're building a bird for Cale Yarborough. He'll be out here in Ford colors in 1985, and he goes to the hospital this coming week to have that knee worked on, which he injured better than a year ago down at Rockingham. Will not be in Riverside, California next week. Instead down in Columbia, South Carolina, being fixed up.
Right, he has scheduled arthroscopic knee surgery before that injury he suffered at Rockingham back in the spring of last year. So it's been something he's had to live with. I'm sure he'll have to get that over with.
Bold moves in the early going. Phil Parsons has moved from 31st up to 23rd in car number 66, one of the Skoll cars. Here's number 5. Bodine taking the green out of turn number 4. Yarborough sneaks the peak down the inside. Restart is underway, and we come by to complete the 6th lap. Down into turn number 1. Ken Reagan and Mark Stahl in collision in that first lap, turn number 3. And look at Bodine Hall. Rick Hendrick car really hitched up. That Chevrolet out of turn number 2 and into the back straightaway. Here comes number 9 on the outside, Elliott, and down on the inside, it's Cale Yarborough. And Elliott in the Ford pressing into turn number 3, pulls away from Yarborough by 4 car lengths.
Yes, Bill's really turning on the coals now. You know, yesterday in practice, Bodine had some of the fastest laps out there, so it's not really surprised to see him running up front this early.
Now they go, they peel off into that 24-degree banking. Front 5 grouped together, then Jody Ridley runs in the 6th position. Ridley is running back in 6th. He had another excellent qualifying run. Back straight away, Elliott really closing ground. There's Ridley in that 84, and right behind him is number 3, Earnhardt. But for him to be strong before this afternoon is over. Back with the leaders. There he is. Jeff Bodine out in front, the Rick Hendrick car. To the outside. Here comes Bill Elliott on Dawsonville, Georgia. Not finding the hole. 8 laps complete. Down into turn number 1. Cale Yarborough in 3rd. Here again. Stays right on it. Battle for the championship. 49 points. 2 races left. Out in front. It's Terry Labonte for the championship this year. Harry Gant is in 2nd. Key race here this afternoon. Back straightaway. Here comes Elliott down to the inside. They peel off into turn number 3. Bodine drops to the inside, closes the door. Out of turn number 4, the Ford takes a wider shot. Still 3rd, it's Cale. Running in 4th is Gant. Back to the line in 5th is Terry Labonte. Then in the 6th spot, Jody Ridley, followed by number 3. Right in there hard, Dale Earnhardt in the Richard Childress car. Front 2 cars, working the 10th lap, 10th of 328. There's Jeff Bodine, the leader, originally from Chemung, New York. He's really fit into Grand National Racing. Can he stay out in front and win again this afternoon here at the historic Atlanta International Raceway, 25 years young this year. In-car camera. You're looking at a Benny Parsons car right back at the Valvoline Buick, which harbors the Jack Beebe driver, Ron Bouchard, who's won one Grand National race. Look at them fighting their way through this first and second turn area. Here comes Benny Parsons down to the inside. He's getting underneath Buddy Baker, making his final appearance today for the Wood brothers. Baker falling back as car number 55 pulls up. Richard Petty's on the charge. He's come from 15th to 10th. Wow, look at this. Right along with Parsons as you look out of the Copenhagen car. Back at the Valvoline, those two in-car camera machines. They draw underneath and pull up another spot. No room for error on this track. These big, wide, sweeping corners.
Those wide sweeping corners, Ken, are the key to victory here in Atlanta. This is a handling racetrack, and as Elliott put the move down on Bodine on the low side, the key is the car setup. And obviously, Bodine and Elliott have that setup here in the early going. It was a real guessing game to set the cars up because it's so cold. They have brand new tires for this racetrack. Everybody said, hey, we're going to give it our best shot early, but obviously Bodine and Elliott have a good combination on those two chassis that they've led every lap thus far.
The in-car cameras are giving you a great picture of the battle for 13th position. Now 12 laps complete. Here's where it is, right on the point. It's Bodine, chased by Elliott. And there they are, back there and deployed in 13th. You see Bouchard, and right behind him comes Benny Parsons. And now for the in-car camera, you're looking at Ron Bouchard from Benny Parsons' automobile. There they are right down, and you can see those cars just skating through tire compound for this race.
Yes, it is, Ken, and the drivers have been extremely pleased with the tire compound, and it's enabled them to go through the corners really quickly here, as what it was evident in the qualifying record that Bill Elliott set.
From the Copenhagen car, you look at the Valvoline Buick, both carrying our onboard cameras in our live flag-to-flag coverage today here on WTBS. Back they come main straightaway. How fast are the straightaways here?
Well, the straightaways here are only a quarter of a mile long, but these cars are running speeds of between 180 and 185 miles per hour, so they're really moving on.
37s remain on these cars. They've been around as a tire for about 10 years, but they have the 24s on the left side, which is a much softer compound. Gives them a little better bite, but maybe one of the reasons why Bill Elliott hitched it up, along with his own determination, and set a new record in qualifying at over 170 miles per hour. Bill Parsons is on the move. He's now running 19th after starting 31st. We have car number 90, Richard Brooks, now on pit road. Richard Brooks in the Judy Donlevy car. Now, here's a challenge on Richard Petty at number 43. Petty beginning to feel a little heat out here as he goes for win 201. Richard Petty into the main straightaway. And with him comes Ricky Rudd, and with him also comes Ron Bouchard. Bouchard skates down to the inside as he moves underneath Petty in the 43 car. That's up to 10th spot now for car number 47, Bouchard, who is flying.
He is really on the move, and the first 8 lead cars have pulled away from the rest of the field. But at the rate Bouchard's going now, it won't be long before he's able to run them down.
There you see car number 55. He is running back to the 12th position. That is Parsons. From the Copenhagen car, you see Richard Petty's automobile, and Bouchard is pulled up as they draw down across the start-finish line and into turn number 1. Now, 16 laps complete.
As the battle up front continues, one of the secondary battles in terms of today's race that we'll be following, but a very big battle in terms of $1.3 million in postseason prize money, the race for the Winston Cup Championship. Terry Labonte came into this race with 4,260 points. Harry Gant, second ranked, with 4,211 points. Just 49 points separating the top 2 drivers in the series that will conclude next Sunday right here live on TBS Sports at Riverside, California. 49 points the difference, and currently in the running order, Gant is in 4th place, Labonte is in 5th. Gant in position to pick up a few points in that chase for the big bucks.
Jeff Bodine and Bill Elliott, nose to tail, down once again, banging away on that third turn banging. As they come around into turn number 4, they have drawn about a 10 to 12 car length advantage over Cale Yarborough, maintaining 3rd. His Chevrolet back to the line. Right after him comes Harry Gant. So, after a somewhat aborted start, problems down there in turn number 3, Glenn, we're away and running. Looks like they're going to set some incredible times before this afternoon is over for individual laps. Bodine in 1st. Bill Elliott is in 2nd. Stand by for our live flag-to-flag coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500.
600 ES Turbo. The dream is real.
David Pearson won his first stock car race on a dirt track in South Carolina. And has gone on to win over 100 NASCAR Grand National races. But even though there's always another race,
how's that?
There's more to David's life than just racing.
Hey, now that looks like a record. Nah, looks like supper, Dad. Looks like it's time for some Chattanooga Chew.
Get all you can out of life. Get on board with Chattanooga Chew.
When the going gets this tough, a man needs Wrangler comfort.
Yeah, an easy Wrangler fit.
Right. And Wrangler clothes look as great as they feel.
I'll say. With lots of give, lots of take.
And that feels mighty fine.
Yeah, anytime.
Hey, let's go.
We're back live at Atlanta International Raceway, the silver anniversary running of the Atlanta Journal 500, and what a race it's been thus far. Jeff Bodine and the pole sitter at record speed, Bill Elliott, appear intent on staying out front for the first half of this race and winning the $10,000 Barclays America Run for the Money. Quick note on Ken Reagan, number 77, who hit the wall on the first lap. He hit so hard that the frame on the car broke behind the right front wheel. He is out of action for today. For a further report from pit road, let's go to Jackie Arute.
There may be several reasons why the front runners, Jeff Bodine and Bill Elliott, are running away from the rest of the field, and it may be gear selection combined with the weather. In talking to Harry Hyde, the crew chief for Bodine's car, he said we may, although he wouldn't want to offer particulars, we may have chosen a lower gear than everybody else. We asked Bill Elliott's crew chief, Dan Elliott, the same thing. He said, I'd rather not say, but if you go for a low gear here today with the cold weather, you're gambling that the track will not loosen up. That may be why they're running so fast thus far.
24 laps are now complete. Last lap by Bodine at 162.3 miles per hour. Harry Gant in car number 33 seems to be having some problems. He dropped back. He went all the way back to 8th position. He had been as high as 4th. Harry Gant, there you see him, car number 33, currently 2nd in the standings.
Yes, and I talked with Harry yesterday after the practice. He wasn't completely satisfied with the way the car was handled. He said that when he ran in a draft, there was a car close to him. Behind him, the car got loose, and that may be his problem right now. The car seems to be a little loose going through the corners.
Now here's how they stood. With car number 5, Bodine out in front. Bill Elliott right there in 2nd. Then Cale in 3rd. Terry Labonte runs in the 4th position. In the 5th position, Earnhardt up to 6th. Moves Jody Ridley. And in 7th is Darrell Waltrip. In the 8th position now is the number 33 car of Harry Gant. In the 9th position is Allison, running 10th. Overall in this Atlanta Journal 500 is Ricky Rudd. 11th spot right now is Bouchard, and 12th is Richard Petty. We're back with the leaders. Live from the Atlanta International Raceway, you're watching Jeff Bodine trying to draw away a little here, actually pulling Bill Elliott.
Yes, he is. He's put about 4 or 5 car lengths between himself and Bill Elliott. Now the first 4 cars, those of Bodine, Elliott, Yarborough, and Labonte, have really pulled away from the rest of the pack. They have almost a half a turn lead on the 5th place car of Dale Earnhardt.
Not many lead changes today, just one. Is that car number 5 came trotting up through. Most lead changes in this race, 45 in 1982. 14 drivers shared it that year. Rained out a week ago, back under gray, grismal skies here at the Atlanta International Raceway. Elliott Forbes Robinson going a lap down as car number 5 stays up in front, hangs it right down below the white line on the apron as he goes into turn number 3. Bodine will carry new colors in 1985. We'll tell you more on that story later. There he is into the main straightaway, car number 9. Bill Elliott staying right with him. Jeff Bodine out in front in the Atlanta Journal 500, trying to win it for the first time. 8 previous winners have been here and won and are in this race today. During the race, how do you evaluate your competition out here, Jeff Bodine?
At the beginning of the race, you just pretty much go flat out. If you can get in front, you just go there. You don't worry about if you're going to get past the next lap. And you just go for it. But at the end, you got to feel your competition out and just see where they're they're the strongest and where your car is the strongest, and put that into your computer and record all that for that last lap strategy.
Jeff Bodine, who was very disappointed last Sunday when they didn't get this race in, he said, not just for our team and for me, but for our fans from north, south, east, and west. He says they spend a lot of money, and I feel bad for the fans when we have a rain out and have to come back a week later.
Well, I think he's put his disappointment behind him right now because he's setting a torrid pace running up front. He has led every lap since we've gone to green here, so he's really running strong.
Let's take a look at the battle for 9th position. Car number 47, Bouchard, that Valvoline car, he has been winding that machine up. Moved from 21st to 9th.
He's really on the move.
Bouchard qualified fastest in the second-day cars here. He had trouble the first day of qualifying and had to qualify on the second day. He was fastest the second day, but that kept him out of the top 20 spots. In other words, his car is faster than a lot of cars that actually gridded in front of him. He's putting those guys away in a hurry. He told us yesterday on Motor Week he thought he could get to the front, and he's headed there right now.
And Allison's making a great run. He gets underneath that Ford, number 15. There's Bobby Allison, the Grand National Champion a year ago of NASCAR, taking a spot away from car number 15, Ricky Rudd, and Bouchard begins to close in on them. Here they are out of turn number 2. Allison, who's had his success here, he's won it twice, 82 and 72. Lapping Elliott Forbes Robinson as he moves around. Bobby Allison, there you see in your picture, right behind him, Ricky Rudd, and then Ron Bouchard. New sponsor, new look for 1985 for him, and he seems to like it.
He certainly does. Ron and his car and Jack Beebe were both extremely pleased to be able to get the Valvoline deal for next year.
There you are, inside Bouchard's car. This grand old track celebrating its 25th year. Bouchard fighting that steering wheel. Himself down in turn number 3. Marvelous pictures out of Ron Bouchard's car as the scramble continues. In the early going, completing the 34th lap this time by. Right now, Allison, just up in front of Bouchard, is closing in on Harry Gant. Gant looks like he may fall back a little further. There you see the 22 car of Allison. And here's Harry Gant trying to hold on out there and having his problems at the moment.
Harry's definitely got some problems, Ken. I'm sure that the car is extremely loose right now, or he wouldn't have fallen way back in the pack like he's doing now.
Last lap on Gant was a 159.2. Bodine out in front at 160.6. 160.6. Leaders are, there you see Gant. Leaders are Bodine and Elliott, and there you see Gant being challenged by Bobby Allison. Harry Gant in car number 33, running in that 8th position. Bobby Allison is pulled into 9th. Ricky Rudd is in 10th. This is the battle for 8th position. Gant trying to hold on to it. Let's get this pit report from Dr. Jerry Punch.
We're standing in the Harry Gant pit with crew chief Travis Carter. Travis, what's the problem with the car?
Well, there's not really a problem right now. The car pushed a little too much when the race started, and they were some of the cars that were a little looser to get away from us, but I think we can make some adjustments, and perhaps the changes in the track will bring it back to us, and that might be a good sign for us late in the race.
Well, Harry Gant's having his troubles. Likewise, Buddy Baker's car is pushing. He is falling back in the field as well.
Well, there you see Gant, and now down to the inside. Here comes Allison making a charge. It's a battle for 8th position here in the Atlanta Journal 500 as they work the 37th lap up on lap traffic. Allison right in the middle. Goes through the keyhole. Comes out of the hole and looks for a shot on Harry Gant going into turn number 1. Gant taking the high side. Allison low. Ricky Rudd gets back into it another time. Battle for 8th. Again, Allison pressing on the bottom of the racetrack. Seems to have the handle.
Well, one reason that Harry is taking the high line when the car is pushing, as Travis reported that car is, it's a little easier to drive when you maintain a high groove position on the racetrack. You simply don't have to turn the steering wheel as much.
So Allison moves through. He takes 8th, Rudd takes 9th. Back to 10th goes car number 33. And here comes Bouchard in the 47 trying for 10th. Bouchard is pulling up on Gant. Ron Bouchard in car number 47. He's come from well back. There you see Gant, and there's Bouchard in the 47. Going after him in the back straightaway. Bouchard's having himself a day. You're with Ron Bouchard as he closes on Harry Gant. Can he dispatch him here? He goes to the inside, gets on the bottom of the racetrack. You see just how big that hole looks, and here he comes. The Valvoline Buick on the inside, and here he is, side by side with the Skull Bandit, Harry Gant, as they fight it out. Back they come in front of a pretty good crowd, and again it's Gant pulling. Getting himself up as they came on a lap car, Jimmy Means. Look at him fight that steering wheel.
Right, Ron chose a low group coming off the turn there to try to pass Harry. He ran up on the car of Jimmy Means as we were putting the lap on him to see if they had to back out and fall up behind Harry again. So I'm sure he'll make another move on him here very shortly.
3.5 hours, the kind of moves you see Ron Bouchard making as his arms go back and forth inside that car fighting that steering wheel. I don't think you claim these guys are athletes.
So Harry told me yesterday that he felt like he was going to be a lumberjack today. He would be sawing the steering wheel all day. It looks like that's what's happening.
Buddy Baker has slipped from 8th to 18th. Bobby Hillen has fallen from 11th to 29th. Batten's here. Harry Gant in a scramble with Ron Bouchard as they continue to struggle for 10th position in the Atlanta Journal 500 as we come up on 40 of the 328 laps complete this time by. Out in front as you watch again from Ron Bouchard's car as he tightens up, moves down, and tries to get underneath Harry Gant, inches apart at 180 miles per hour. Still, Gant stays there. Back they go to turn number 1. There's your leader, Jeff Bodine, stays out in front of the Rick Hendrick car. More from Atlanta, Georgia in a moment.
Where are you hurting the most, Jimmy?
Name it. Better straighten up.
Yeah, we don't want to disappoint your fans.
No.
Hey, Jimmy, good run.
You had him right from the gate.
Your best deserves the best.
2 Bud Lights.
The less filling light beer with a first name and taste.
Hey, Jimmy!
Right.
Bud Light.
A forward pass, a lateral, and a run to daylight. Hi, this is Bob Greasy for the Sporting News, and we have a play that'll win big for you every time. 2 issues for the price of 1 to introduce you to the Sporting News, the Sports Bible.
That's right. You get 23 issues of the Sporting News for just $9.97. 2 for the price of 1. You can't buy the Sporting News at a lower price anywhere.
It's the magazine that gives me the no-nonsense details of all Major League sports and college action. To love sports is to love the Sporting News, the Sports Bible. Why don't you subscribe today? And here's a friend to tell you how.
That's right, Bob. You get the Sporting News at the low rate of 44 cents an issue. 23 issues for $9.97. That's half the regular subscription price.
To subscribe to the Sporting News, call toll-free 1-800-257-1234. That's 1-800-257-1234.
It's entertainment like never before. It's live from New York and wherever action abounds. It's Showbiz Today on CNN. Whoopee! All the glitter and glamour of the stars who shine, the hot spots and the hot shots, the inside rumors and on-target reviews. The latest showbiz news on the greatest show in town.
If it's happening in showbiz, you'll see it right here on CNN.
Catch Showbiz Today, weekday afternoons live at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Look for it on CNN.
Coming into today's Atlanta Journal 500, 77% of the media here picked Harry Gant, Bill Elliott, or Cale Yarborough to lead the midway lap, the Barclays American Run for the money lap. So far, Jeff Bodine has led every lap of this race. We're 42 laps in. The midway lap is 164.
Jeff Bodine is out in front. Here he is in car number 5, continuing to lead the way with Elliott second, Terry Labonte third, Cale Yarborough fourth, Dale Earnhardt is in 5th, Waltrip is 6th, Ridley is 7th, Allison 8th, Ricky Rudd 9th, Ron Bouchard 10th. Harry Gant runs 11th, Richard Petty is 12th, Tim Richmond 13th, Benny Parsons is in 14th, Rusty Wallace maintains the 15th spot, while David Pearson is 16th, Lake Speed 17th, Buddy Baker 18th, Marcus 19th, Phil Parsons in 20th, with Joe Rutland 21st, and Morgan Shepherd now in 22nd, Sterling Marlin 23rd, Greg Sachs is 24th. The 25th position overall in the field now lies with Neil Bonnet. Lenny Pond follows him and Doug Heveron. You're inside Benny Parsons' Copenhagen car. Benny Parsons in the number 55, still champion, the crew chief on it, and they are running 14th at this moment with car number 55, the winner here of the Coca-Cola 500 at the Atlanta International Raceway this past spring. There's Parsons. looking for somebody to race with.
You can see that he has a clear racetrack ahead of him. I've noticed one thing. There seems to be a lot of spaces between some of the cars. The reason for that is this was a guessing game. These guys had to come back after a week's layoff. They set their chassis. They came back yesterday, made a few adjustments. The cars that have gone to the front are the cars that made the right chassis adjustments. They made the right guess. They're running out front today.
On pit road, Jack Caruth.
The crew chief, Harry Hyde, the crew chief on Jeff Bodine's car. Harry, the car is running extremely well. What do you attribute it to?
Well, the track's cold today. Jeff's doing a beautiful job of driving. The motor's running good. You couldn't ask for any more right now.
There seems to be some talk, though, that it may be gear selection, that you may have gone with a different gear.
Well, I don't think so. Them other guys out there ain't no dummies. If they got the same gear, I'm sure that we have. So I don't think it had anything to do with the gear selection. I just think that the car and Jeff and the engine and everything is performing real good, and we're just trying to make that Monte Carlo look good for the people that's behind it, especially our boss, Rick Henry.
Well, that's the story from the pits here at Jeff Bodine's crew.
Now, Bodine has just lapped one of the Junior Johnson cars. Bonnet, the 25th position, has just gone a lap down to this car number 5, and that's a big surprise.
That is. Neil runs this racetrack extremely well, has had great success here in the past, but obviously he doesn't have his car dialed in too well today. He's just going a lap down.
Defending champion is now a lap down.
Interesting situation there, Ken, because Neil Bonnet has won 3 of the last 5 Atlanta Journal 500 races, and that's second only to Richard Petty in all-time victories. He's no match for Jeff Bodine here in the early running. Pit stops have begun to become an issue for the crews down here. A lot of these drivers anticipating that they will make a green flag pit stop to change tires in the next few laps, and that's when the crews have their moment in the spotlight. The cold weather and that bitter biting wind down here is going to make it tough on those crews to do their job quickly and effectively, and that action is going to be coming up in just a few laps.
Dancing through traffic, through this open minefield. This car number 5, Bodine, 159.4-mile-an-hour average on this 1.5-mile track. He's had 2 wins, both on a half-mile or 5/8 track. Martinsville, Nashville, looking to bust it open here on a super speedway in the Atlanta Journal 500. There you see Elliott in second place. Bill Elliott, who set a new record in qualifying. And there you see some of this crowd that looks more like a football crowd. Maybe in Michigan or Wisconsin than in Atlanta, Georgia. It's cool here today. Big storm front moved through last night. Question as to whether or not this race would have been run. It would have been run tomorrow had they lost the weather today. Right now, it looks like we're going to be green lights all the way.
Looks like it can, and as we said at the top of the show, these cool, overcast, cloudy conditions are the best possible for racing conditions. It keeps the racetrack cool, puts your turn, doesn't allow the tires to heat up as fast. The cars run faster on cooler tires.
Number 5, Bodine, is closing in lap Greg Sachs. There you see Bill Elliott in that second spot. Let's take a look at third spot right now. There's Terry Labonte in number 44, and 01 Doug Heveron just getting in the picture there. Fine modified racer out of the north.
Labonte, of course, stands to really gain from Harry Gant's problems here as Labonte continues to circulate in third spot. He will pick up points over Harry Gant, who's having a handling problem and has dropped downfield. But he's got Cale Yarborough, number 28, to contend with right there. Cale had an interesting situation in this race a couple of years ago. The race was delayed by rain. He had wrecked his good car. They brought in a show car, and because of the rain delay, they were able to find enough speed out of that show car to win the race. Now they've had a full week to work on car 28. Terry Labonte's going to have his hands full with Cale before this day is done as they battle for third and fourth.
Terry Labonte with 4 Grand National wins to his credit. He's come close. He was in a terrible crash in Riverside, California a couple of years ago in a year-ender, which you'll see live next week from California here on the Superstation. Be with us next Sunday. Full coverage, flag to flag, of the Winston Western 500 to decide it all for 1984. Let's go back and look at the leaders now. There you see the interval between first and second as Bodine squares it up and goes down the back straightaway with Bill Elliott right after him. They're lapping the 21st car. That's number 4. Joe Ruttman is in number 4 this afternoon. That had been the ride for Tommy Ellis heretofore.
That's correct, and just as we say that, just as they go by, we notice that Ruttman drops off of the pace and starts down pit road for a pit stop. It's a little early for a scheduled pit stop. He must have a problem.
It's too bad Ruttman for a car. Number 4, Ruttman pulls on pit road. Meanwhile, Bodine continues to draw away. Elliott, willing to stay right there, seems very stable in that second position. It's early in the going. 53 laps have now been completed of the 328. There you see the interval. There is Joe Rutland, former driver of number 98, that bounced out of that, picks up this ride for the remainder of the year. Question mark on 1985.
Right, they have not set any definite plans yet for that car or for Joe Rutland for next year. He did make a pit stop then and change tires. He must have had a handling problem to come in and change tires because, as I said, it's a little early.
Morgan McClure car back on the track. Jack Arute, one of those leaders, going to pit.
The word from Harry Gant, Ken Squire, is that the leader will pit on lap 60. They're a little concerned about gas mileage, so they're going to come in fairly early.
One car out of the race and one car only. Bad break for Unadilla, Georgia's Ken Reagan, number 77. Lost his car on the very first lap of the activity today. Second place begins to close up a little. Second place, number 9, Bill Elliott. What a marvelous year he's had. There he is. Lap cars directly in front of number 5, Bodine. Number 9, Elliott right there with him. Backstretch. Number 98 now being driven by Morgan Shepherd just in front of him. Jimmy Means also. Here's 5 down to the inside. No hope. Starting to make one. Got a car spinning in turn number 2. Car loose in turn number 2. Came all the way to the bottom of the racetrack.
Bob Penrod in car number 56, and he has tagged the wall really hard.
Now that's the IMSA driver. Started out in the International Motorsports Association. Went into stock car racing here at the Atlanta International Raceway. Had a pretty good shunt. Pretty good wreck. There's still no yellow on the track. You can see Bob Penrod's car, which looks pretty torn up.
It is. The NASCAR officials simply don't see him because there's some campers, some mobile homes in that turn. They just don't see the car sitting down there.
Penrod's car is badly thrashed and lies in the bottom of the track, and there is no caution. Here's number 5, Bodine in front, and Elliott has closed back up, and yellow is coming out. Caution is down as they cross the line to complete the 59th lap. Boy, it was a long time before the caution came out.
It was, Ken, and it's simply because there's a blind spot over there. NASCAR has spotters all the way around this racetrack, and evidently there might have been a breakdown in communications. They just didn't get word to him that that car was sitting over there. He was down off the racetrack, not in any immediate danger, but yet the car sitting there needed to be removed, and Penrod needs to be checked. I think he is okay.
Bob Penrod, in his first Grand National race, felt he was fortunate to make the field. The 22 not making the field has had trouble early in the going. At lap 59, he smacks the wall in turn number 2. Black flag is out on number 98, and I believe on 51, and that may be wheeling around the pace car out there. They may think they're getting a lap back, and it's not to be allowed.
Perfect opportunity, Kenley, for a yellow flag because these guys were all scheduled to come in within a lap or 2 under green. Now they get to make that stop under yellow. They'll have a little more time to work on the chassis adjustment. The guys who've got it right will change tires and get right back out there. The drivers who were having handling problems will adjust those cars to come back under green and try to catch up.
Leader in the pits, Bodine, without the pressure of a green flag condition. Under caution, Elliott. You see the brothers, and there are the top 2 cars. There was a black flag put out for 5 automobiles that passed the leader under caution. And there are the 2 coming back on the track that have been waging war thus far. Elliott wins the scramble. So, we are now 61 laps deep in the Atlanta Journal 500 live today here on Superstation WTBS. Stay with us.
Out for a day just chasing the sun, or doing the work that's got to be done, or riding a race that's got to be won. Kawasaki. Now with a choice of 3-wheelers that offer low prices, high performance, and about everything in between. And for one more wheel of a time, check out the all-new Bayou 4-wheeler. Get the best of both worlds at your Kawasaki dealer.
The cooling systems in today's cars are made with aluminum. But does your antifreeze protect that aluminum from the damage of rust, pitting, and corrosion? This one does. Peak Antifreeze and Coolant now has a unique patented formula, proven to help protect all the metals in your car's cooling system, including aluminum. For the way cars are made today, you need the protection of Peak. We've reinvented antifreeze.
witness the emergence of a revolutionary automotive idea, an idea that will sweep you away to a whole new world and capture your imagination like never before. It takes the place of a luxury car, a sporty car, an economy car, a station wagon, and a van. It is called Caravan, Dodge Caravan. It is versatility. It is economy. It has 125 cubic feet of storage space and a 5-year, 50,000-mile protection plan. And it has front-wheel drive. What it may never have is an equal. Little wonder Caravan's production was sold out shortly after its introduction. Now there is a new selection of Dodge Caravans for 1985. Your chance to own the automotive idea of the century until it's sold out again.
Well, there you see Bob Penrod's car, originally out of the Everglades. The ex-Marine has crashed here in the early going of the Atlanta Journal 500 live on WTBS today. The restaurateur from Atlanta, Georgia, Bob Penrod, in trouble in a car that was originally a Ronnie Thomas machine. Wants to do some Grand National racing, says maybe 10 or 12 events next year, but it hasn't been a fortuitous start. A week ago, he ran the ARCA race in a terrible 7-car crash, which he had no control over. He came out of the turn 4 area, and there was just a whole lot of shaking going on in front of him.
Yes, the track was blocked in. Bob had no place to go but into the inside pit wall, and he crashed the left side of his ARCA car. Now he has gotten the outside of his Grand National car, so it hasn't been a very good start for him at all.
Bob Penrod said he was surprised to make the show. Let's see if we can talk to the driver of car number 55, Benny Parsons. Benny Parsons, this is Ken Squire at Race Control. Do you read me?
10-4, Ken Squire.
Okay, how's it going out there this afternoon with the Copenhagen car?
Well, you know, 6 months makes a big difference. In March, we had a car that was almost unbeatable, and today we're getting beat by a bunch of people.
Why?
I really don't know. Our chassis is not exactly right. Our car does not act right in the middle of the turns. We're still working on it. Maybe we'll get it fixed before the day's over.
Benny, you changed springs again late yesterday trying to find the right combination. You think you went the right way, or perhaps are you still a bit off?
I think we went the right way, but there's something someplace that we're missing a boat on right now.
All right, ready on a restart. Thank you very much, Benny.
Okay, you guys have a nice day up there at Superstation WTBS.
There he is, Rusty Wallace, directly in front of him as we get set again for more action. It'll be at least another lap or two before we're back under green. We're with you live on WTBS today, bringing you this next to last race. What a tremendous story it has been in Winston Cup racing. No doubt about it, no question. Most competitive automobile racing in the world. Here we go for another year, right to Riverside, California, with a championship in doubt. Right now, the Bounty looks like he has a handle on it, but Harry Gant with that marvelous magician, Travis Carter down there, they can pull this out of the fire and make it tough, and I know Hal Needham wants that to happen.
He certainly does, and of course this caution period enabled the Harry Grant crew and some of the other crews that were handling problems to try to correct those. When you get to stop under caution, you have more time to work on the car, to do the things that will make the race car drive around the racetrack better. So this caution flag period enabled him to make those adjustments. Hopefully for Harry Gant and his fans, he'll be able to move forward in the pack now instead of steadily dropping back like he was before the caution came out.
Harry Gant, car number 33, running currently in 9th position with 63 laps, 95 miles complete in the Atlanta Journal 500.
When the going gets this tough, a man needs Wrangler comfort.
Yeah, an easy Wrangler fit.
Right. And Wrangler clothes look as great as they feel.
I'll say. With lots of give, lots of take.
And that feels mighty fine.
Yeah, anytime.
Hey, let's go.
Give me a light. Bud Light.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get.
Give me a light. Bud Light.
So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Hey, give me a light.
Ask them to bring out their best.
No, Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
It's a wild place.
450 degrees. That's how hot parts of your car's engine can get, even in ordinary driving.
Watch how heat and stress can break apart your oil's protected molecules. That's motor oil breakdown. STP oil treatment's heat-activated molecules fight motor oil breakdown, fortifying your oil with extra lubricants and anti-wear agents.
Get extra protection. Fight motor oil breakdown with STP oil treatment.
STP.
Your car care company.
Out for a day just chasing the sun, or doing the work that's got to be done, or riding a race that's got to be won. Kawasaki. Now with a choice of three-wheelers that offer low prices, high performance, and about everything in between. And for one more wheel of a time, check out the all-new Bayou four-wheeler. Get the best of both worlds at your Kawasaki dealer.
Back at the STP, Pit Communication Center, Atlanta International Raceway, lap 64 of this 500-mile battle. Under caution right now for Bob Penrod, who has crashed. First caution of the day took out Ken Reagan and the Stahl automobile in a first lap crash. Two big stories here. 5 drivers have been penalized for passing the caution car under the yellow. They are Morgan Shepherd, Greg Sachs, Jimmy Means, Doug Hevron, and Joe Ruttman, all penalized a lap for passing the caution car. An even bigger story, Terry Labonte came in under the yellow flag to change tires, a routine pit stop. They took the left rear tire off the car and found that it was going flat. A big break for the championship point leader. The yellow flag definitely saved him. We're just about set to go back to green. Let's go first to Dr. Jerry Funch.
In the garage, Ken Schrader, Fenton, Missouri driver, having his troubles. Ken, what's the problem?
I don't really know for sure, but I'm pretty sure the steering box locked up. The last lap we could not turn the steering wheel at all, so we had some trouble getting it in the pits, and they've taken the box off it, so I assume it's the steering box.
You definitely need to steer these 3,700-pound cars here at Atlanta. Ken?
All right, Mark Stahl's car is back on the track. Ken Reagan is out and Bob Penrod. So there are 38 cars still on the track. We're under caution. And here comes the Penrod car back. That is really heartbreaking for Bob Penrod. Again, next Sunday, TBS takes great pleasure in taking you to Riverside, California to bring home the story of the 1984 Winston Cup Championship, right to the wire. I think we're about a lap away. We're 1 lap away from the start. Let's see if we can get a quick word from Benny Parsons. Benny Parsons, we're with you from television control here at Turner Broadcasting, getting set on a start. What's the strategy here, Benny?
Well, right now we made an adjustment down last stop. We've got to see if we can keep up with some of these fast cars and see if we need to adjust a little bit further.
Running in 12th position at the present time as we get set on a restart. Good luck to you, Benny. Car number 88, Rusty Wallace, deployed right in front of Parsons. He's in 11th spot as we get set for the start. Rusty Wallace, fine driver, came out of the ranks of the American Speed Association, just in front of him. All right, getting set. 66 laps complete. As they get green, they'll be at 67. 20 cars are in the lead lap. Remember, this is the year when they've equaled the modern-day record of 12 different winners. We have 2 races left this year to make it 13. Today and next Sunday, Riverside, California. Bodine in front as they prepare for the start. Elliott is in second. Terry Labonte is in third. Dale Earnhardt is in fourth. Ricky Rudd is in fifth. Bobby Allison sixth. Yarborough seventh. Waltrip eighth. Harry Gant in ninth as they come down out of the corner. Safety car is in. And we're under green. Here he comes. Bodine looking for that first super speedway win. Will it be here? Remember when Elliott won his first super speedway win? Actually, it was a road course.
Right.
We saw it here on Turner Broadcasting. Marvelous race he drove. Here is Elliott and Bodine squirting away from the field as they go through turn number 2.
Didn't take long to establish that those 2 cars still are the strongest out there. As once the green flag flew again, the number 5 car and the number 9 car simply went to the head of the pack and trying to pull away again.
Battle for first. Right down to the apron goes Bill Elliott. He may be quiet talking, but he's some brave race driver. Richard Petty is in 10th. Rusty Wallace in 11th. Here they come in the scramble. Down they go into turn number 1, and here comes the number 9 car, taking a shot and not getting through as they went into the first turn. Benny Parsons gets by Rusty Wallace. And here's the battle down on the inside. Look at Elliott find the hole. Bill Elliott in the Ford Thunderbird goes out in front. Elliott goes into first. He knocks Bodine back into second spot. In that third position, it's Dale Earnhardt. Running in fourth, it's Ricky Rudd now. And going fifth is Terry Labonte with 6 Allison. And Allison's being challenged by Cale Yarborough. Allison and Yarborough side by side into turn 1. In front, Bill Elliott set a new record in qualifying at some 170+ miles per hour. Discovered a little oil leak. Yesterday made an engine change. And the pit side clockers head in even quicker. Yesterday, in that hour and a half they had here under perfect skies then, and then a frog swallow of a storm came in last night. Dumped almost an inch of rain in about 1 hour, about 6 o'clock here.
Ken, up in the North Georgia mountains where I live, Bill Elliott is a household name. He's the hero of everyone from the gas station to the convenience store, and he came here really pumped and primed to win this race. A huge following have come down from Lumpkin and Dawson counties to watch Bill run here, and they came with a very strong engine, the engine that you just mentioned, the one that set the qualifying record here, but they changed that engine. There was great trepidation. Last week you heard Bill on Motor Week tell us he didn't know whether to change that motor or not. They had a week to think about it, and more importantly, a week for his brother, the engine man, Ernie Elliott, to put together a new power plant for that number 9 Ford. They bolted that engine in yesterday, and as he just demonstrated in whipping around the number 5 car of Jeff Bodine, that is a very strong horse, and the biggest cheer in this place in the driver introduction today was for the man in front, Bill Elliott, but now we've got a new challenger.
Battle for 5th coming up here, number 44. It's Terry Labonte and Cale Yarborough and Bobby Allison, 5th, 6th, 7th. Waltrip is right there in 8th, and Tim Richmond is in 9th. Heavy pressure on number 44, Terry Labonte, currently number 1 in the standings. Bill Elliott's last lap, 163.5 miles per hour. Terry Labonte stays right up in there. It's like he's going through a giant ice flow. All those other cars are big icebergs, and he has to be so careful getting through them. The danger isn't just on the surface. Any kind of a problem out from underneath one of those cars could just knock the hopes of car number 44, Terry Labonte, to pieces in his hope of winning the championship. Here's car number 28 coming up, and he's underneath 44 going into turn 1. Meanwhile, back up in front, take a look at this. Car number 3, Dale Earnhardt, has put the hammer down. Car number 9, Elliott first. Then in that second spot, it is now Dale Earnhardt. How about this? Cale Yarborough squeaks down the inside, takes Bobby Allison with him. And Terry Labonte falls all the way to 8th. Cale Yarborough pulls up into 5th. It's Ricky Rudd into 4th. Terry Labonte back there now, 8th position. Right behind him in 9th is number 27, Tim Richmond.
Ken, I believe Tim Richmond may be a lap behind. He pitted under green conditions before the caution came out, so he may be a lap down. We'll double check that.
Indeed he is. Richmond is being shown 1 lap down. Car number 9, Elliott out in front. He's picked up $463,000 this year. Front 4 altogether. Currently 3rd in the Winston Cup standings. And look at this battle. 4 cars strong in turns 3 and 4 as they come around to complete lap number 75. Go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
We're sitting with the driver who rolled out the second caution flag here in Atlanta. That's Bob Penrod. Bob, what happened over there?
Well, as I was going into turn 1, I felt the right rear go, and I tried to get ready to gather it up. Just couldn't do it. By then I hit turn 2 outside wall and down to the grass.
Well, Bob Penrod's Chevrolet Monte Carlo has been shortened some 4 feet, but fortunately he's okay.
Coming around to complete lap 76, 115 to 500 miles. Will then be run. And look at the scramble. Elliott leads it, going into turn 1. Earnhardt is there in 2nd, Bodine in 3rd, Ricky Rudd in 4th, Cale Yarborough 5th, Allison 6th, Waltrip is in 7th, Terry Labonte 8th. And we've got a big crash in the main straightaway. Car in the wall, going down into the first turn. Caution is on the track.
I believe it was car 51, Greg Saxon, 71, Lenny Pond.
And the flagman, I believe, has been injured. Holding his hand, he took some debris. Harold Kinder, as the car came by, I saw him hold up his hand and it looked like he had caught a piece of debris on it.
I think a tire exploded on one of the cars. I'm not sure which one it was, but just as they passed the start-finish line here, we heard a tremendous pop, and it looked like a tire exploded. A piece of the exploding rubber may have hit the flagman on the hand. He seems to be okay now. 2
cars are involved. The 71 car, which is being driven by Lenny Pond today. There you see it on the bottom of the racetrack. And up on the high side of the track is the number 51 car. Greg Sachs automobile. There's 71, Lenny Pond, former winner at Talladega, Alabama. driving the Dave Marcusone car, number 71. This is happening in lap number 76. As they smash down the main straightaway, somebody cut a tire down. Here's 51 coming around. Limping back to the pits comes Greg Sachs. Front end askew on that automobile.
You can see the damage to the right front of the car and also to the left front. The right front tire is sticking out from under the car. The left front has sustained some sheet metal damage.
You're watching this live on the Superstation. Turner Broadcasting today from the Atlanta International Raceway on the mile-and-a-half track, the $336,000 Atlanta Journal 500. Limping back around the track is car number 51, Greg Sachs. Let's do a replay, see what we can see as to how this came about. Sachs's car crowding up against the wall as he came right to the start-finish line. That's where the problem developed. And this giant smoke screen, and his wheel just came off, coming into the rim. Hard way to go.
Yeah, looks like that possibly, this is just speculation, that possibly the 71 car might have blown an engine or something and got sideways and pinned the 51 car against the wall as they came down the front stretch here. And that right front tire that's down on Greg Sachs' car, as you can see now, is probably the explosion we heard, and it hit right underneath the flagging. So that may have been when he sustained his injury.
Greg Sachs, 31 years old, car being worked on pit road. Let's go back to the STP pit center and Dave Despain.
Third yellow flag of the day, Ken Squire, is going to slow this field and give the teams more opportunity to set up for the run for the money. The Barclays American run for the money, $10,000 to the driver who leads lap 164, the halfway mark in the race. Thus far, Bill Elliott and Jeff Bodine have led every lap of this race, but as we saw in that last period of green flag racing, Dale Earnhardt has definitely emerged as a challenger for that 10 grand run. It's called the Barclays American Run for the Money, and it's just part of the action. Coming up as the Atlanta Journal 500 continues, we've got live action from Atlanta International Raceway.
Honda invented three-wheelers so families could have more fun together in the wintertime or any time of year. If you want your family to have more fun this winter, see the world's most complete line of three-wheelers. They're at your Honda dealer.
How far is our Honda dealer, Daddy?
Just keep walking.
Dodge Daytona Turbo Z. It is an American revolution.
Give me a light. A Bud Light.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get.
And I'll have a light. A Bud Light.
So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Give me a light.
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
Under caution at the Atlanta International Raceway at lap 80. Continuing live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500 is being brought to you by Michelob Light. Super premium taste in a less filling beer. You can have it all. Inside Benny Parsons' car, currently running in the 12th position. Benny Parsons, number 55, the Copenhagen car. All right, let's see if we can get a word with Benny. Benny, were you close to what happened down there in turn number 1 in the main straightaway? Benny Parsons, Ken Squire at Turner Broadcasting Control. Were you close to the incident in the main straightaway?
I was not, Ken. I was coming off the second turn, and the wreck was on the front straightaway. Luckily, I've not been around the crashes today.
Okay. Well, the Ford seem to be gathering up some steam here. Bill Elliott's pushed that Ford back in front. You think the Ford has an advantage here today?
Well, I don't know if he's got an advantage. I think maybe Bill Elliott, Ernie, and Dan, all that Elliott crew has done a super job preparing that car for this race. They've been down practicing 2 or 3 times. They're ready to race, so the rest of us are still trying to figure out what it's going to take.
How's the racetrack today in these cold conditions, Benny?
It's beautiful, very, very nice.
Benny Parsons in car number 55 as we get set on a restart. Good luck again, Benny. That's the 12th position car, and there you see deployed right in front of him, number 15, which is Ricky Rudd in 11th position. Let's take a look at the past winners of this Atlanta Journal 500. Neil Bonnet, of course, the defending champion, has been having problems today. There's Bobby Allison. Neil Bonnet won it in 81. Every other year seems to be his deal. Only one man has ever won this race from the pole, Fireball, the first year they ever ran it, the great Fireball Roberts. So first place has not been good to people in this event, but second place has won it 5 times.
That's true, and you know, Neil, as we said, is having his problems. He's already gone a lap down with the car not handling the way he would like for it to. He has won the race for the last 3 odd years in 79, 81, and 83. Looks like 84, the even year, is not going to be his year.
Kyle Petty's car seems to be in trouble. Car number 7 is the last time we'll see Petty with his own team. Of course, he joins the Wood Brothers next year. We'll see him one more time, Riverside, and then it's on to a new team for him in 1985. Back to Dave Despay.
When you talk about former winners of this race, Ken, you have to bring up the name of the man who suddenly has emerged in second place here through this series of yellow flags. Richard Petty has won more races at Atlanta International Raceway than any other driver, and right now the STP orange and blue colors are very evident here as he moves into second spot behind Bill Elliott, trying to become only the second man in 25 years of history to win this race from the pole. Don't ever count Richard Petty out. Neil Bonnet has won 3 races in the last 5 years. Interestingly enough, Richard won all 4 of his Grand National victories on this racetrack before Neil Bonnet ever sat in a Grand National car. Richard Petty currently second.
4-time winner of the event, number 43. But the man to watch right now is right behind him. Number 47, Ron Bouchard, with a Valvoline Buick, has pulled up in the 3rd position. There you see lap cars on the inside, the cars in the lead lap on the outside. And Sterling Marlin, number 95, is credited with 4th on the restart. Then in 5th is David Pearson, 6th is Bobby Allison, followed by Darrell Waltrip, 7th, Dale Earnhardt, 8th, Jeff Bodine, 9th, Kelly Yarborough, 10th, Ricky Rudd, 11th, Parsons, 12th, Labonte, 13th, Gant, 14th, Wallace, 15th, Ridley, 16th, Baker, 17th, then Speed, Parsons, and Dave Marcus round out the top 20. Here's car number 95, Sterling Marlin, Rookie of the Year last year, getting set for a go, and he's up in 4th position, car number 95. The son of the great alfalfa farmer and race driver from Columbia, Tennessee, Cuckoo Marlin. All right, getting down to it. As they come by, 83 laps complete. You see car number 97 on the inside, that's Dean Combs of North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, going to lap down as they square off in turn number 1. Richard Petty trying to win it 5 times in second spot. Bill Elliott trying to scramble away. Bodine started in 9th. Back straight away. Number 9, Bill Elliott. There's number 12, Bonnet. Last year's winner having his problems off the pace. 47 dropped off the pace on the start. Bouchard slipped back a little in the number 47. You see him coming around. Bouchard drops back at least 5 positions. Number 97 does not want to go a lap down. Dean Combs tries to stay up in that lap. Staying in front of Bill Elliott, hoping for a caution. Richard Petty in number 43, closing ground. The man who won the Firecracker 400, and with it one of the most historic moments in motorsport. 200 Grand National career wins. Special half-hour program February 2nd on Richard Petty. Countdown to 200. You will see it exclusively on Turner Broadcasting. Car number 9 stays in front. It is Elliott right to the wall. Petty chasing him down. The question is, car number 47, the Valvoline car, is on pit road.
And he's being followed down pit road by the 16 car of David Pearson, who was in 5th place on this restart.
There is Ron Bouchard's number 47 coming down on a pit road. Something is amiss on that restart. What a bad break for this New England-based team of Jack Beebe.
The Looks like he may have cut a tire. I noticed that several of the cars got very high in turns 3 and 4 on that restart, so it looks like that's what happened. Also, the 16 car, David Pearson, is also changing outside tires right now.
Car number 27 down in there. Remember, he is a lap down, trying to stay up and get a lap back as number 27, Richmond. Petty is in second position. Interval from first to second now. Hopefully. I tell you, Elliott is drawing away. He's taking a beat on this race.
He really is. He's using those misfortunes of others to really pull away from the field right now. He's got about 15 to 18 car lengths on the second place car.
A grumbling Ford Thunderbird out of turn number 4 with a fairly fat advantage, biggest one anyone has enjoyed thus far in the going. Give it to Elliott. 1 1/10 of a second over Richard Petty in second, Dale Earnhardt in third. Dandy race here live on Turner Broadcasting today is car number 9. Bill Elliott stays in front. Now look at Cale Yarborough close up on car number 3. That's the battle for third. Battle for third on the inside. Earnhardt outside Yarborough.
One of the reasons that Bill Elliott may be running so strong here is chassis adjustments on the automobile. Bill Elliott is more than just a race driver. He's also a guy who works on the car, and he is, in fact, the official chassis man for the team. He knows the way around Atlanta. He knows what he needs. But right now, the guy who looks like he's found a fast line is Cale Yarborough as he moves around Earnhardt to pick up a spot in the running order. Earnhardt dropping back a spot as Elliott gains up front.
Looking for win number 82, Cale Yarborough. Car number 28 down into turn number 1. 3 comes up on the inside. Earnhardt right there. Had a terrible crash years ago. Old Johnny Anderson car. Here he is, Earnhardt pressing. He is now fallen into the 4th position as Yarborough picks up the spot. Petty is second. You see Terry Labonte getting back into it. Up to 5th moved Jeff Bodine. Into 6th, Terry Labonte. Parsons 7th. Let's go to Benny Parsons' in-car camera. There you see Dean Combs directly behind him on the outside of the white and red car. We saw him up battling to stay in that lead lap a little bit earlier. Glenn Jarrett with us. Ken Squire with you, and delighted to bring you all the great action of the Atlanta Journal 500 from NASCAR, Winston Cup Grand National Racing on this mile-and-a-half track. 90 laps complete.
From the vantage point of the camera in Benny's car, you can see the cars try to stay in single file line as long as they can. The draft does come into play here, and then when they get toward the end of the straightaway, they do pull out to pass.
Richard Petty, there you see the car number 55. Richard Petty is dropping a couple of spots. He's being challenged in the back straightaway by Bodine. Elliott, last lap, 163 miles per hour as he draws the bead and tries to move through. Story is up in front. Elliott in first, and then in second goes Cale Yarborough. Into third moves Dale Earnhardt. Terry Labonte is also on the climb. There's your lead car, Bill Elliott, number 9 in that Ford. There you see Tim Richmond trying to get his lap back.
Yes, I was just about to mention, Ken, that Richmond seems to be the fastest car on the racetrack right now. He and Elliott are pulling away from the pack, but Richmond is running down Elliott. He is really on the move, trying to get that lap back and get in contention to win this race.
Meanwhile, in the battle for second place, it is a scramble. Cale Yarborough is there, and Jeff Bodine is closing. Bodine is moving up to challenge Earnhardt as they go down the main straightaway. The battle begins to develop for the 3rd position. There is Bodine getting underneath car number 3 and picking up a spot. Bodine has it all hitched up. He goes up into 3rd. Earnhardt follows to 4th, and in 5th is car number 44. Here comes Terry Labonte. Terry Labonte is trying to close in there. There's the interval again. And here comes Richmond. He is trying to take his lap back. Tim Richmond in car number 27 is trying desperately to get that lap back.
Yes, he is, and he's doing a fantastic job right now. He worked his way up through the pack, stayed out in that last caution period, started the race and on the restart right behind Bill Elliott, and has since run him down and is now trying to get that lap back, put himself back in contention.
Elliott with better than a 1-second advantage. Some people say he's lucky. We asked him about that. Do you make your own luck out here, Bill Elliott?
I think you do in a certain sense because, you know, no matter how much effort you put in a car, it's always that little bit thing can break anytime you're in a day. And, you know, you do all you can do, but still you got to have that little bit of luck. And sometimes you can make your luck, sometimes you can't. You know, that's what they call racing.
Herman Bisher of the Atlanta Journal said it. This guy in car number 9 looks like Huckleberry Finn, talks like Homer Fry, and drives like the Dukes of Hazzard. There he is, keeping Ohio's Tim Richmond behind him. Richmond lost his lap when he pitted under green. One lap before that first caution came out. Now there's the battle between Cale Yarborough and Jeff Bodine. That's brewing for second place. Yarborough is there, and Bodine, the youngster, is not intimidated at all by the three-time Grand National champion, Cale Yarborough. Here comes Bodine down to the inside. The scramble is in the second corner at 160 miles an hour. Down out of the hole comes Bodine at number 5. Wheel to wheel in the back straightaway. Yarborough high, Bodine low.
Bodine is the classic example, Ken, of a typical Atlanta situation as he battles Cale Yarborough for position here. He's been at the front of the field. He dropped all the way back to the tail end of the top 10, and now he's back in front. And the reason is chassis adjustments and chassis changes. This mile-and-a-half track has a mile of corners. When you've got the combination right, it's like driving on the freeway. If the combination is off just a little bit, it becomes a wrestling match against a 3,700-pound opponent. That car will fight you all day. Bodine has it dialed in again, and he's on his way back to the front as he puts Yarborough away and goes looking for Bill Elliott.
He was not in this race a year ago. He's collected $300,000 thus far this season in earnings. Bodine getting by. Cale Yarborough dropping him to third. Terry Labonte is in fourth. Fifth spot is Dale Earnhardt. Sixth is Richard Petty. Look at your leader here, Bill Elliott in car number 9. And Richmond is not able to get through. Battle for fourth place. And on the inside, Earnhardt with Terry Labonte right there. Boy, he has to drive this race like he's walking on eggs. This man at number 44 trying to win the national championship for Dale Inman. Inman won the championship 7 times with Richard Petty. But he won it in spirit, not in name. That was a Petty crew. Morris Petty, Dale Inman, all of them. It's Inman as crew chief on number 44. There you see the number 55 car, which is Benny Parsons, running just in front of Richard Petty. They are in 6th and 7th position, respectively. Here's Jerry Punch.
We're standing in the road.
Trouble in turn 1. We've got a car blowing an engine going into turn number 1. Caution is out. Here you see the car going very slowly on the bottom of the track to just expire an engine. It's the Cliff Stewart, number 88. Number 88 down on the bottom of the track, and number 97, Dean Combs' car may have come unglued as well. Wallace showing a lot of smoke out of 88. But caution is out around the track. Rusty Wallace had been running 8th, then fallen back to 18th. Now falling back to the garage. Number 88, Wallace, becomes the 7th retiree. Retirees are Reagan, Penrod, Stahl, Pond, Sachs, Dean Combs, and Rusty Wallace. I'll hold on that Dean Combs call. He may still be out here. He's coming in very slowly, as you see, at number 97. And something badly amiss on Rusty Wallace's car. Here's 97 going back to the garage, so call it 7 cars now retired from the 40-car starting field. Caution. That is the 4th caution of the day, number 4. It comes at lap 98, and all the leaders are on pit row. Bodine hitting car number 5. Elliott is in. Dale Earnhardt in the number 3. Benny Parsons brings in the 88, and the 47 is in. What a break for car number 47. A tire problem here earlier. This caution will put him back in the hunt.
Yes, it will. And I think what happened on that caution period, I believe the car 97 of Dean Combs did indeed blow an engine. Rusty Wallace was coming up on the racetrack, saw the smoke, had to dive to the inside to miss the car of Bouchard, or excuse me, of Dean Combs, and tagged the inside pit wall down there going into turn 1. I see some left side damage on his car now. I think that's where the smoke was coming from.
Let's go to Dave Despain.
The 4th caution flag of the day waves at Atlanta International Raceway. We are at the 100-lap mark here, just 64 laps away from the Barclays American Run for the money for $10,000. Stand by because there'll be no pit stops. It'll be green flag racing to the midway point. We'll be right back.
It starts with a subtle glance. The enticement of discovering something wondrously new. The Dodge Aries K. Sleek, new styling that will captivate you. Performance that will infatuate you. You always knew Aries for its economy and value. Now you'll love it for its beauty.
H.B. Scott won a gold medal at the 1904 World's Fair because he made chewing tobacco like no one else. Today, that tradition lives on in H.B. Scott's premium blend. It's specially cut in ribbons from the tender part of each leaf. And it's this special cut that makes H.B. Scott such a smooth, clean chew. No other chewing tobacco looks or tastes like it, because no other brand is made like H.B. Scott's premium blend.
East Point, Maine and Old Milwaukee both mean something great to these guys. East Point means a New England clam bake, summer fun and food at its best. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer. Cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer and smooth golden Old Milwaukee Light.
Old Milwaukee.
And Old Milwaukee Light.
Taste as great as their name.
You know, guys, it doesn't get any better than this.
The cooling systems in today's cars are made with aluminum. But does your antifreeze protect that aluminum from the damage of rust, pitting, and corrosion? This one does. Peak Antifreeze and Coolant now has a unique patented formula, proven to help protect all the metals in your car's cooling system, including aluminum. For the way cars are made today, you need the protection of Peak. We've reinvented antifreeze.
Live here on Turner Broadcasting today, the story is here. Richard Petty's number 43. Under caution, everyone on pit road. But when Petty came out, look what happened. Tire comes off the automobile. He drags himself back onto pit road in car number 43, minus his left rear. He's coming back in another time right now, live here this afternoon at lap number 102. Here's Jackaroo.
This is not a good break for Richard Petty and the STP team. The tire on the left side came off. They're checking underneath the car for the first time to make sure everything is put on properly this time. We'll see if we can get a word with Buddy Parrott. Buddy? A pit miscue, very costly.
Well, he had an air gun to lock up, and there was nothing the guy could do. It was a problem, you know, the wrench failed, and, you know, it was just one of them deals. You know, we try to keep everything, all our equipment ready and everything, and so we're okay. We didn't lose a lap or anything, so we're all right.
When Richard saw the tire go by him, what did he say on the radio?
He didn't say anything.
Currently 11th in the point standings, Richard Petty. Just a meager $219,000 he's earned this year.
Yeah,
off his feet. Off his feet. Glenn Jarrett with us. Topside start-finish line as we get ready for a go. 103. Laps complete this time by the 328 as they go back under green. They're coming down the line, under green. Car number 84, Jody Ridley in front. Terry Labonte is in second. Kaylee Yarborough third. Bodine fourth. Elliott fifth. Earnhardt sixth. Benny Parsons seventh. Ricky Rudd is eighth. Waltrip is ninth. Terry Gant 10th. On the restart. Coming around, they'll be at 103. Now Richmond is out in front of the field and trying to keep that lap back. Tim Richmond.
If he can stay out there and have another caution soon, he will be able to make that lap up and get back into the hunt.
10 car lengths in front of these cars as they wobble a little out of turn number 4. On the inside, Terry Labonte goes out in front. Battling for the championship, all to be decided next Sunday here on WTBS, the Superstation.
Very important lap for Terry Labonte, Ken, in that race for the championship. There's a 5-point bonus for leading a lap, and Terry Labonte has just led his first lap of the day. He picks up the 5-point bonus as Cale Yarborough closes in at number 28. And with Harry Gant back in 10th place, Terry Labonte is definitely in the driver's seat as they prepare to distribute $1.3 million in post-race awards. Labonte looks to be in the driver's seat for the lion's share of that money.
Battle is for second. There's Kaylee Yarborough down low. Jody Ridley up high. And the Chatsworth, Georgia driver falls back. He goes back to third. And here comes Bodine. Bodine is moving up. The battle is for third position now. And Jeff Bodine is there. And with him comes Earnhardt. Jody Ridley did an excellent job in qualifying again for this race. Former Rookie of the Year on the Winston Cup Tour. Ridley in number 84. That car looks like it chatters a little in the corners. Here comes Elliott down the inside. Elliott picks up a spot. Out in front, leading the event, Terry Labonte in car number 44. Cale Yarborough trying to draw a bead on him. Here's Jeff Bodine, car number 5. That's his third place car, and in fourth is Dale Earnhardt. 106 laps completed, this time by Bill Elliott, pole sitter for the 1984 Atlanta Journal 500. Screws up his courage and goes after Earnhardt and Bodine as they clear turns 3 and 4 and come back into the main straightaway. Labonte staying first. Yarborough closing in. Here's Parsons trying to get underneath Jody Ridley. Number 84. Jody Ridley being challenged, the 6th position. Parsons is 7th. On board the Copenhagen car, closing on Jody Ridley. Trying to move in there. Looks to me like Ridley has lost the handle of that car.
He has, Ken. I've been watching the last few laps. The car is extremely loose right now. You can see he really comes off the corners well, but when he gets ready to go into the corner, he has to back out early because the back end of the car wants to come around.
Harry Gant is scrambling down to the bottom of the racetrack, and he's pulling up. He's into 9th position now. Rudd is in 8th. Parsons in 7th. Now here's your leader. That's Terry Labonte out in front. Leads in the Winston Cup standings. 49-point advantage over Harry Gant going into today's race with 2 left. Today, next Sunday. Here's Cale Yarborough right there. Final performance for Cale before he goes back to 1970 when he drove for Ford. He'll be in a Ford at the Daytona 500, 1985. There's Tim Richmond trying to stay in that lead lap. Battle for 3rd place. Bodine is there. Here comes Earnhardt. Earnhardt, runner-up in this event a year ago. Elliott right behind him. Just fantastic racing today. There they are, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Bodine, the blue and yellow car. Dale Earnhardt, and getting back up in again comes that Valvoline Buick. Ron Bouchard settled away. Back with the leaders. Cale Yarborough peeking on the inside. 44, Terry Labonte stays up in front. He's won 2 races this year. Consistent, great finishes for him all season long.
He has run extremely well all year at every racetrack that he's gone to. I think that if he indeed goes on to win the Winston Cup Championship, he will be a fitting champion because he has run strong at every racetrack this year.
Tim Richmond. 27. This has not been a good year for Richmond. They're trying to turn their luck around. He's a pretty good road racer and probably will do well at Riverside next week.
Yes, he's always run well on the road courses. Tim seems to enjoy running road races more than most of the guys do, and he always looks forward to going to Riverside.
Trying to put Richmond a lap down. Say hello to Terry Labonte, Texas Terry, and number 44. Winds it up into turn number 3. Richmond falls back 1 lap to the leader, Terry Labonte. Good crowd out. With a healthy pink to their cheeks today, it is on the cool side here in Atlanta, Georgia.
You know, one thing we should point out, Ken, also is that we've got a little sunshine peeking through right now. The 1st and 2nd turns are basking in sunshine right now, while the 3rd and 4th turn are under cloud cover. So the cars seem to be getting through 3 and 4 a little better than they are 1 and 2.
The cloud cover really helps these drivers here. Remember one year Darrell Waltrip lost this race. The sun got in his eyes the last one. Now you're watching again. This is for 6th place. Benny Parsons. Right there. In front of him is Darrell Waltrip. I believe that's the battle for 7th place. 7th place. Here they are. Out of the corner, and Waltrip doesn't look like that car might be working as well as he might wish.
No, he hasn't been a factor yet. That's been a little surprising to me. I expected Darrell to be right up there among the hunt, running for the lead. He just hasn't had the car under so far today.
He gets a little high, and see how already that windshield's getting scrubbed up. Then he was telling me yesterday that they changed windshield, and he had 9 pock marks just from practice out here. This track getting along in age, even though they do some surface work now and then. It's not anything that blows in because there's lots of grass in the infield, but there's little bullets.
Right. Well, one reason for it also is that the cars run extremely low on this racetrack. There's a lot of grit and dirt build up down there, and it just picks it up off the car in front of you and throws it into the windshield.
Now there's Gant trying to move underneath Darrell Waltrip, and this is an important move. There is Benny Parsons up to 6, and Gant is fighting his way underneath, and Harry Gant is going to pick up another spot. The Hal Needham car number 33, right there, side by side. You see them fighting for 7th position. Gant and Waltrip still wheel to wheel, with Waltrip on the outside, a bit of the advantage, and he's way high. He scooted almost up to the wall.
He certainly did. He went extremely high in turn 2. I don't think that car is working well for him at all right now.
Gant moves in, takes the spot. Harry Gant picks up one. And notice again that Bouchard still hangs in here, staying in the top 10. He's that car you see at the bottom of your screen. Looks like a white automobile. White, black, and red colors. He is going underneath Waltrip, going into turn number 1. There you see him, down at the bottom of the track, right behind Gant. And again, on the high side is Waltrip in the 11. In the bottom car, just behind this Skoll number 33, is the Valvoline Buick. And again, climbing up through traffic comes Ron Bouchard out of Pittsburgh, Massachusetts.
Ken, I think that Ron is probably still a lap down. He had that cut tires. I believe he's still showing us one lap down in the standings.
Let's go to Jack Arute.
When the sun began to peek out from behind the clouds, we began to see the emergence of number 28, the Hardy Chevrolet, to the front of the field. Waddell Wilson's the crew chief. Waddell, the weather, the warming up, even though it's a little bit, seems to have helped your machine.
Well, the chassis is still not right. We've made 2 adjustments on the cautions, and we've got it better, but we still need to improve on what we've got.
The temperature, even like a 2 or 3 degree difference on the racetrack, can make a big difference with the handling, though.
Oh, definitely. Atlanta is, is pretty much all handling, and if you miss it the least bit and someone else hits you, they're gone. So we've got to keep the chassis as close as we can, and then keep the weather in mind also.
Well, second place hopes that the sun shines the rest of the day.
Here in the STP Pit Communications Center, this point championship, very much part of the story. We've mentioned again, there goes the point race, up for grabs as the wind blows here. 49 points was the difference between Terry Labonte and Harry Gant coming into the race. And Labonte is leading the race. Gant is back in 7th spot, so Terry Labonte stands to pick up points as this race winds on. Moreover, we are moving closer and closer to the 164-lap mark and the Barclays American Run for the Money. $10,000 for the man who leads lap 164. Labonte leading the race right now. Bill Elliott has led the most laps. Jeff Bodine has also led, but as you can see, on Cale Yarborough and so many other drivers in that lead pack, there's a tremendous setup here for a $10,000 run for the money. It's called the Barclays American Run for the Money, and it's coming up in 60 laps.
Harry Gant has won it twice this year. That's not bad money, 10 grand once in a while, halfway through a race.
Not for just a couple laps worth, not bad at all.
Terry Labonte stays in first. Cale Yarborough is in second. There are now 120 laps complete. 182 miles have been completed, 208 laps to go. 315 miles remaining. Now there's Terry Labonte in front. Right behind him comes Cale Yarborough as they lap Kenny Schrader. Great sprint car driver. Hope he hangs around in stock cars. He's a gunman, that guy. He can really get a car around. That number 64, the Elmo Langley car. New driver in that car these days. There's your battle for first. Cale is right there knocking on the door. You wouldn't think that Terry Labonte is looking at maybe $1 million. That's what they feel that championship is worth to a new driver. Ancillary awards, sponsorships. He is just running it all out. 17 cars in the lead lap, 15 and 1/10 of a second separating the first 17 cars here in our live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500, 25th edition. Terry Labonte stays in front as you see them going right underneath the flag stand. Terry Labonte battling Harry Gant for the championship. What's it like competing against a man like Harry Gant, Terry Labonte?
You know, Harry's one of the best competitors there are, I think, and he's the kind of guy that you don't mind going out and running beside him just lap after lap because you know you don't have to worry about him. So I guess, you know, what I'm trying to say is coming down to it like this, I'm really kind of glad it's him maybe more than somebody else.
Right now it is somebody else. It's Cale Yarborough down on the inside of Texas Terry as they go into turn number 1, and with him comes Earnhardt. Labonte falling back to third spot, and here comes Earnhardt on the inside. Dale Earnhardt down low, the Richard Childress Chevrolet, wheel to wheel with the Lundy Rainier Chevrolet. Side by side for the lead, back straight away, and here comes the 44. 3 deep going into turn number 3. Earnhardt stays in front. Cale Yarborough in second. Fantastic racing in the Atlanta Journal 500 live today here on WTBS. A little bounce, a little wobble there for just a moment. Out of turn number 4. Right to the wall they come. Here comes Yarborough challenging again. Yarborough back to the inside. Earnhardt will have no part of that.
No, he moved on by Kell. Wasn't going to have him coming back by him. You notice, you mentioned the bobbles, and you can see the cars bouncing as they come off the turns here. The racing surface on this racetrack is a little bit rough. The cars go through the turns. They really get a lot of shock travel and spring movement out of these cars. That's the reason you see them bouncing as they do when they come off the turns here.
If anyone doesn't believe, these people are master teamsters. When you get inside those cars and see them fight those steering wheels and keep them so balanced, right on the edge of disaster at all times. In the 4th spot is Bodine, 5th is Elliott, 6th is Gant, 7th is Buddy Baker now, and 8th is Benny Parsons, with 9th Waltrip, 10th Jody Ridley, 11th Bobby Allison, 12th Ricky Rudd, and 13th Phil Parsons. Back with the leaders. There's Earnhardt. There's Yarborough. 81 wins for Cale Yarborough. 3-time champion. Seen him win at Daytona. Such grand style. 200 miles an hour upside down in one lap a couple of years ago. There is no one tougher, but he was hurt, and hurt as hard as he's ever been hurt at Rockingham a year back. And he goes in for surgery next week. He'll come out with a new look. They're building a bird for Cale in 85. Earnhardt stays in front. Cale comes back on the outside, and here's Labonte back into it. 3-car dice as they like Jimmy Means. Jimmy Means, boy, he's a trier. Alabama driver. This is his game. I think Marty Waddles wrote that song, 20th Century Drifter. He was thinking of that man, Jimmy Means.
If he wasn't thinking of Jimmy, he was thinking of someone exactly like him. You know, this has been kind of a tough year on Jimmy. He's had a couple of bad crashes, was injured a few times, and so he has not had the best of years. It's good to see him out here running.
44 making a charge on the inside. Labonte taking one. He's going for number 3. 44. And Bodine is in it. They're all in it together. 4 cars battling for the lead. It is Earnhardt in front. Yarborough in second. Terry Labonte in third. Bodine is in fourth. Elliott comes up into fifth. Bill Elliott comes to fifth. Then Harry Gant is in sixth. Trouble in the back straightaway.
Wow.
Car number 42 has crashed on the back straightaway. That is Terry Schoonover's car out of Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The 03 has socked the wall going into turn number 3, 5th caution of the day at lap 128. He spun going down the back straightaway. And car number 8, there's Bobby Hillen, the Texas driver, in bad trouble from this skirmish. Hillen's number 8 coming in. Crew Chief Jake Elder waiting on that car, and I would say that looks terminal.
Yes, it does. That's extreme front end damage to try to continue the race with.
Bobby Hillen, Crew Chief Jake Elder, ready to go over the wall. Elder, who tutored Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt at the start of their Grand National careers and worked with Terry Labonte for half of 81, part of 82. Now working with Bobby Hillen. Let's see what we can gather from replay as to what happened here. There's the number 42. He socked the outside wall already. And here he comes. They've rebuilt that dirt barrier, and he really gives it a thump. Car number 42 says goodbye to this race. Car number 42, Terry Schoonover of Royal Palm Beach, Florida, in a Chevrolet. Crew Chief Barry Bostic is out of it. 5th caution of the day here at the Atlanta Journal 500. More here on the Superstation in a moment.
Daytona Turbo Z. It is an American revolution.
Shotgun Rapids, Idaho, and Old Milwaukee both mean something great to these guys. The shotgun means white water at its best. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer. Cold, crisp, Old Milwaukee beer. And smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light.
And Old Milwaukee.
And Old Milwaukee Light.
Taste as great as their name.
You know, know, guys, it doesn't get any better than this.
The cooling systems in today's cars are made with aluminum. But does your antifreeze protect that aluminum from the damage of rust, pitting, and corrosion? This one does. Peak Antifreeze and Coolant now has a unique patented formula, proven to help protect all the metals in your car's cooling system, including aluminum. For the way cars are made today, you need the protection of Peak. We've reinvented antifreeze.
Tonight, you're in the middle of a Pacific storm with America's game, the NBA. Hotshot Kiki Vandeweghe and rookie big man Sam Bowie lead the Portland Trailblazers against Purvis Short and the Golden State Warriors.
It's the stuff dreams are made of.
The NBA, tonight live at 10:05 p.m. Eastern, only on your Superstation.
What they do out of the ring is as daring as what they do in it. The Big Circus, tonight at 7:35 Eastern on your Superstation.
Continuing live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500 is being brought to you by Stroh's and Stroh's Light. Fire brewed for smoother taste. Family brewed quality for over 200 years. Let's go to the STP Pit Center. Here's Dave Despain.
When the fifth caution flag of this race came out, Ken, it looked like we were setting up for a great shootout for that Barclays $10,000 run for the money. We had Labonte leading at that moment over Yarborough. Bodine was right there in the thick of it. Bill Elliott and also Dale Earnhardt. Now under the yellow, Darrell Waltrip has moved up into contention as the running order has shifted a bit as they're in the pits. But the point is that at lap 131, we're getting close. We're just 34 laps away from that run for the money. Now, if it should happen that the midway lap, lap 164, is under caution, they won't pay the money, obviously. We will pay the $10,000 on the fifth green flag lap after that caution. We're working lap 132 now with 131 in the book. They'll scramble that running order as they come out of the pits, and we'll find out who's going to win the Barclays run for the money.
Let's go to Jack Arute.
Ken, it's that time of year when we begin to see things change and point towards 1985. What we have here is a 1985 model Winston Cup Grand National for Jeff Bodine. New sponsor, Levi Garrett, new paint scheme, right down to new merchandise, as you can see, that'll be on distribution for 1985. But we'll get a sneak preview of that 1985 look next week at Riverside, California, when the legendary Wood Brothers unveil their new sponsor with 7-Eleven, as they'll have Kyle Petty driving in the car next year with number 7. But down at Riverside, we'll see one of the best road racers in America, Bobby Rahal, wheel a number 21 Wood Brothers Thunderbird on the road course.
You'll be with Bobby Rahal next week. Car number 33, Harry Gant's car, which has been running in 6, is now on pit road. Hood up on the Travis Carter prepared car.
They have some kind of problem, Ken. I don't know what it is. I noticed just before that last caution, Harry was really coming up through the pack, gaining on the leaders, and right before that caution, or that wreck happened and the caution came out, Harry had fallen back in the pack, so I'm sure this caution was a break for them.
Let's go back onto the track for a moment. Terry Schoonover's car is still there, and we understand he may have been injured in that crash. The ambulance is there with the Schoonover car. Terry Schoonover crashing at the third turn, the entrance to the third turn. And let's look again and see if we can discern anything more from this incident. There's the 42. He has collected the outside wall, and here he comes, and this is a lot of impact. He had the merge.
Yeah, he really hit that bank hard. That's a sudden stop, and it really jolts the driver. Of course, there was substantial damage to the car before he even hit the dirt bank.
I think we have another angle. There is the Hillen car, Bobby Hillen's car. He, in attempting to avoid the car number 42, got himself on the outside wall of turn number 3. Tore up the nose on that car.
Here's an update on Bobby Hillen's situation, Ken. That number 8 car badly damaged in that crash. They have torn away the grill and the front sheet metal, changed 4 tires, gassed the car without losing a lap during the pit stop, and the teenage sensation from Texas is back out there with a badly bent race car, but ready to get in there and mix it up with the superstars of Grand National Racing. That's quite an accomplishment. Bobby said he got cut off, and that's what forced him into the wall, but Bobby Hillen is back out there.
8 cars are now out of the race. Joe Ruttman is the latest, along with the Terry Schoonover car, to fall by the wayside. Number 8, here you see Bobby Hillen's car, badly blunted in the front end. And there's 88 Rusty Wallace's car. They're still attempting to remove Terry Schoonover from his car at turn 3. He was driving the number 42 car. That was the Chevrolet that Dick Turkle drove in the Daytona 500.
Yes, he was doing a commendable job. He had stayed out of trouble most of the afternoon. Evidently, he had some kind of problem that forced him into the outside wall going down the backstretch. Then his problems really began as he slammed into the dirt bank.
Safety crews taking some additional time. They have a backboard opening out there for Terry Schoonover, Florida driver who was crashed. He entered drag racing at age 16 and drove the short tracks in West Palm Beach for a couple of years, a product of the Buck Baker Driving School. He worked out a deal with an engine company to campaign in '85, and he has taken a hard look here. I wonder if we can get a word with Benny Parsons. We need to see number 33 is coming back in another time. Benny Parsons is currently in 8th position, and 33 has gone behind the wall. They are pulling car number 33. Glenn, this could be the championship right here.
This is a very serious development. You hate to see it happen. You hate to see someone win or lose the championship on mechanical difficulties, but he certainly has a problem right now.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Harry Gant and the Hal Needham team. Car number 33, hood is up. He has not gone a lap down yet, but something is amiss on that car. Here's Benny Parsons in car number 55. We're trying to get word on car number 33. Let's see if we can get a word from Benny Parsons. Benny Parsons, Ken Squire with you here at Turner Broadcasting. Benny, were you near that incident on the back straightaway?
No, I was not, Ken. I was on the front straightaway while it happened on the back straightaway.
Okay, well, it appears that Terry Schoonover went in pretty hard out there, hitting that new dirt retainer bank. Those, actually, sometimes you almost wish those walls all the way around were concrete, don't you? Because you can slide a little on those. That dirt will catch you like lumber and suck you right in.
It looks like he might have hit the outside retaining wall, the cement outside retaining wall before he went down there. I really can't tell, but yes, he hit something awfully hard.
Indeed he did. Let's go to Jack Carew.
Harry Gant, Harry, a tough break, but what's the problem?
It's got a spindle broke. It felt like it's something wrong the whole race, but I never could figure what it was, so as the spindle broke, it finally gave away right there at the lace.
Does this put a problem, of course, with your points chase, but what does it feel like right now inside the car waiting?
Yeah, we're going to try to get it fixed here. You know, we're going to lose a lot of laps, so it's all right.
Makes it tough going to Riverside.
Do what?
It makes it tough going to Riverside.
Well, it'll about put us out of it if we don't finish, you know, in the top 10. It'll put us out of it.
Well, like they say, one day diamonds, another day stones. It may be the case here for Harry Gant today.
That's a tough break for Harry Gant. Now they are bringing Terry Schoonover back to the hospital, I believe, at this time, or they may not. We noticed down here an ambulance just pulled up maybe ahead of that story. They're still working to remove Terry Schoonover from the car. Gant had not led a lap today. He had not led a lap. And they're trying to cut the roof off, I believe, on car number 42. They've got to cut it out to get him out.
Yeah, this looks like it's very serious when you have to go to those extremes to extract the driver from the car. So we hope that Terry's not too bad in the engine. Of course, something like this, you know, that terrific jolt that he took could have knocked the breath out of him or put him unconscious. You just don't know. We certainly hope it's not too serious.
135 laps have been completed. 135 of the 328. Most serious caution of the day, Terry Schoonover's car has crashed savagely on a back straightaway. It hit the outside retainer, glanced off it. When it hit that dirt retainer on the inside, it came to a sudden halt.
Yes, there's a good possibility the way the car is damaged on the left side around the driver's door that he could just simply have his feet or legs trapped in the car because of the metal bent in around him. We certainly hope that's the situation.
Next time by, they'll have completed 136 laps, 206 miles, 192 to go in the Atlanta Journal 500.
Crow Wing, Minnesota and Old Milwaukee both mean something great to these guys. Crow Wing means Northern Pipe, big and mean. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer, cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer, and smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light. It's a beauty.
Old Milwaukee.
And Old Milwaukee Light.
Taste as great as their name.
You know, doesn't get any better than this.
Out for a day just chasing the sun, or doing the work that's got to be done, or riding a race that's got to be won. Kawasaki. Now with a choice of three-wheelers that offer low prices, high performance, and about everything in between. And for one more wheel of a time, check out the all-new Bayou four-wheeler. Get the best of both worlds at your Kawasaki dealer.
It starts with a subtle glance. The enticement of discovering something wondrously new. The Dodge Aries K. Sleek, new styling that will captivate you. Performance that will infatuate you. You always knew Aries for its economy and value. Now you'll love it for its beauty.
H.B. Scott won a gold medal at the 1904 World's Fair because he made chewing tobacco like no one else. Today, that tradition lives on in H.B. Scott's premium blend. It's specially cut in ribbons from the tender part of each leaf. And it's this special cut that makes H.B. Scott such a smooth, clean chew. No other chewing tobacco looks or tastes like it because no other brand is made like H.B. Scott's premium blend.
Twice before this season, they have run the Barclays Run for the Money for $10,000 for the mid-race leader. Harry Gant has won it both times. Today, forget it. Harry's in the garage area. Look at Dave Marcus moving up as the race leader under caution. We're just about 25 laps away from that run for $10,000.
There you see the Harry Gant car, and they're still working on the Hal Needham car, and there is Dave Marcus. Remember, the number 75 won this race a year ago with Neil Bonnet at the controls.
Yes, it's certainly no fluke to see that car up front here. Marcus himself has always run this racetrack extremely well, has won here on past occasions, and naturally that car winning the race last year, the guys that are working on it, Butch Mock and Bob Rahilly, certainly know how to set the car up to get the job done here.
1976 winner Dave Marcus. Terry Schoonover is now in the ambulance. His dad was a very famous powerboat racer. I believe he may have been one of the first people in the old days of records to put what they would consider a pleasure craft over 100 miles an hour. He's 32 years old and set very conservative goals this year. In fact, one time he said, all I wanted to do in '84 was make the starting field at Rockingham and Atlanta. And when you consider that 22 came here and did not make the starting field, he had a good start on this one. He has been in a serious crash. The ambulance is now bringing him back to the field hospital, which is just below the scoring stand, directly across from us at the start-finish line. Schoonover had managed a 21st in Rockingham 3 weeks ago. Crew chief of this race was Bobby Hudson, who served as a crew member for Benny Parsons back in 1973 when he was the champion. Well, there's the car, 42 being taken off the wall, and the ambulance is bringing Schoonover to the infield hospital at this time. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Coach.
We were just down at the infield hospital moments ago as the ambulance pulls by us and heads down with Terry Schoonover. I talked to Dr. James Jennings. He says they have dispatched a helicopter to the Speedway, which is a normal precaution in an accident. They will take Schoonover to a local facility for x-rays and to be checked up a little more completely than they can handle here at the Speedway.
Jerry will be following this story on Terry Schoonover, who has crashed here and the third turn of the Atlanta International Raceway. Here's Jack Arup.
Well, by now, Dale Lindman, the crew chief for Terry Labonte, has gotten word of the misfortune on the Harry Gant machine. Your reaction?
Well, it's plain to see that Harry's not going to have a good day, and we still do have a good chance to have a good day and maybe possibly win the race, but we really need a good high finish. But we more than anything, we need to finish the race, and there's roughly 190 laps to go, and we've run, I think, real good all day, and Harry hadn't been that competitive, but you know, they've been competitive all year, and if we can finish good here and get a good cushion on the points, then it sure would make it nice going into Riverside.
But if you can get Harry Gant off your back here right now for the win here, can you take the cork out and go for it all right now?
Well, this is not over, Jackie. We definitely can't take if we can go to Riverside with a better cushion than what we got right now, then we can start playing games and working out our strategy. But you know, Riverside's tough too, but the main thing is the championship, Jackie.
Tough to keep the butterflies down in the belly?
Tell me about it.
Dale Inman, crew chief for number 44, currently second in the race for Terry Labonte. There's so many contingency programs in Winston Cup racing. If Labonte finishes 17th or better with his Piedmont Airline Chevrolet in this Atlanta Journal 500, he'll lock up first prize money of $76,000 in the 1984 Union 76 Winners Contingency Point Program. So there's another 76 grand for 17th or better today
for Terry Labonte in car number 44. You're back with car number 33. Drawing a huge crowd down along pit road as they continue to administer to that car. They say that Gant realized that Jay Wells was by, hit the brakes, and the whole thing just kind of went south on him. He had some very difficult moments with car number 33. Gant is such a good driver. He's able to control it and get it in. Someone with lesser expertise might have had serious problems. Let's go to the STP Pit Center, I believe. I think Dave Despain is standing by right now and may have a report for us. Can we go to Dave?
Just doing some quick calculations, Ken. It is conceivable that Terry Labonte could clinch the Winston Cup championship here today with the problems that Harry Gant has. Harry, as you heard him report earlier, is going to try to get the car fixed and get back into the race. But if he should finish down around 30th finish position, and if Terry Labonte should go on to win the race, Labonte could clinch the title here at Atlanta and sort of blow out the shootout that we all anticipated at Riverside next Sunday afternoon.
Let's take a look at the attrition thus far in the event as we've reached 140 of the 328 laps to be run. Ken Reagan, Mark Stahl, Bobby Penrod, the former INSA racer, Greg Sachs, Lenny Pond, Dean Combs have come out of the race, Bobby Hillen, and Terry Schoonover's car you see being brought back now. There are 8 cars out of the race. I believe that Joe Rutland's car they're still trying to do some work on. And Bobby Hillen's car, which was in that incident with number 42, is back on the track. Take a look at the nose on car number 42.
Yeah, that car is extremely damaged. We understand that one of the reasons they had in getting Terry out of the car and also getting the car back over here off the racetrack was the extreme muddy conditions over on the backstretch. We had just a torrential downpour here last night, and the conditions over there are very muddy off the racetrack. That did hamper their rescue effort somewhat.
Glenn Jarrett, Ken Squire, topside here at the Atlanta International Raceway, a 1.5-mile track. And you see the cars under caution. It is the 5th caution which has been displayed today after a serious crash took place in the 3rd turn. As matters stand, Dave Marcus is 1st, Terry Labonte is 2nd, Dale Earnhardt 3rd, Jeff Bodine 4th, Darrell Waltrip is in 5th, Bill Elliott 6th, Bobby Allison 7th, Ricky Rudd 8th, Cale Yarborough 9th, and Benny Parsons is running in 10th. Running 11th is Phil Parsons, Jody Ridley 12th, Richard Petty 13th, 14th is Buddy Baker, 15th is Lake Speed, 16th is Sterling Marlin. Those 16 cars are all in the lead lap. In 17th is David Pearson, in 18th is Ron Bouchard. Now, the in-car camera on Bouchard's machine, number 47, has gone awry. There's been a problem with that. In the 19th position is Richmond, and 20th overall in the field is Neil Bonnet. Terry Labonte runs in 2nd place. Earlier, we had a chance to ask Terry Labonte, what would the Winston Cup title mean to him?
That would probably be one of the, happiest moments for me. That's something that I've worked a long time for, and something that I would really be proud of.
Car number 44. Those short, quick John Wayne answers from Texan Terry Labonte. Number 12, Neil Bonnet, back on pit road briefly. They bunch them up. Lap cars on the inside, fast cars on the outside, and we'll have a green next time by.
Yes, we will. And if there is a silver lining to the dark clouds over Harry Gant's head right now, it is the fact that they were able to do all this work under caution period. He could have easily lost 20, 25 laps making these corrections to the car. And as it is, I think he's only lost about 8 or 10.
Dave Marcus, looking to win. He won here in this Atlanta Journal 500 in 1976. Collected $294,000 thus far this year. Meanwhile, the man directly behind him, number 44, as you see David Pearson on the inside, in the back straightaway, 2-time winner this event. Terry Labonte, who's running 2nd in that number 44 car, has collected $396,000. Something from the old days in the short track for your dad, Glenn.
That's certainly true. I remember in 1965, my dad won the most races and the point championship and the most money, and only won a little over $77,000. That was in 1965.
Dave Marcus looking to give Raymock their first win since this event 1 year ago. Car number 75, Marcus getting ready for a go. Green is on. I mentioned earlier Harold Kinder may have gotten hit by a tire. He's still up there and still working. Harold Kinder, the chief starter for NASCAR. We're back on the green. There's Pearson trying to get his lap back, and Bouchard in 47, the Valvoline Buick, rolls up on the inside, 27. Richmond trying to get back in this thing. Pearson pulls away. Down on the inside, number 27. Tim Richmond trying to get underneath. Richmond trying to get back in the lead lap. Here comes Bouchard, here comes Bodine, 3 wide. Bouchard and Bodine, who swapped paint and sheet metal on short
throughout the Northeast for years, side by side as they scramble down into turn number 1. The assault is on. 2 cars break away. Those are lap cars. 16 of the 27 trying to get their lap back, and just behind them is the battle for the lead, and it's 5. Bodine getting there. Look at 47 Bouchard trying to break through. Bodine hangs it on the inside. Ooh, tight running. Car number 47, Bouchard, trying to work around number 5. See if he can't get a lap back. Everybody's doing it. But the only man successful thus far, as Pearson falls back behind 5 cars, is number 27, Tim Richmond. A determined effort by him. There you see Dale Earnhardt. He is in second. Remember that 47 has gone a lap down. And the antenna system on the in-car camera with 47 has been broken in all this shuffling, battling, banging that's been going on out here today. Number 5 stays in front. Number 3, Earnhardt is in second. Look out, because they finally found a combination. And moving up all the time is Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip is 3rd overall in the event. That is the battle for the lead, and Earnhardt is taking advantage of a little hole on the inside. He's there, and here comes Waltrip in number 11. The number 11 car, bottom. Number 5 in second, and here comes Waltrip with him. Back to turn number 3 and lap number 147. Bodine hangs it in there. Waltrip right with him.
You know, this is the first time all day we've seen Darrell Waltrip come to the front with this car, and we're only about 17 laps away from that Barclays American Credit lap that pays the $10,000. That's going to bring them all to the front if they can get there.
2 cars. Number 3 now out in front, Earnhardt with car number 5. Bodine deployed second, and behind him comes Waltrip in 3rd as we get to show and tell time for 10 grand. Bouchard has made up his lap. He tries to stay in front of the yellow and blue number 3. That Chevrolet stays right there, and then comes Bodine in another Chevy. Pretty much a Chevy lineup in front right now. Also notice that Bobby Allison is back in this race. The 2-time winner, he won at 82 and 72. The number 22 of Allison is in 4th overall. Out of turn 2. Earnhardt in front. Bodine in second. Lap 149 complete when they come by this time. And here's Earnhardt dodging underneath Tim Richmond, trying to put him a lap down. Turn 4. Here's Bodine to the inside. Bodine. He tweaks that car into turn number 1, and Jeff Bodine goes wheel to wheel with Earnhardt. He'll take the spot, and he brave bring number 11 with him. Here he comes. It's Waltrip, and now here's Yarborough. Yarborough has overhauled Allison, and it's Yarborough up to 3rd. Dale Yarborough pulling into 3rd. Boy, it's a sensational race.
Ken, every driver out there will tell you that the key to getting around Atlanta quickly is to be able to stick to the bottom of the racetrack. And you see how well Bodine's number 5 machine is doing that as he put that move on Earnhardt. Waltrip came down with him. Yarborough likewise. Now Earnhardt is trying to take the inside line. As they go through wide and bump a bit. The bottom of the racetrack is the key right now as they scramble after that Barclays 10 grand in lap 164. The cars on the outside are pushing a little bit, as it's known in the parlance of the trade. The car wants to slide toward the wall, and the inside is the opening.
That new soft left side tire is really helping out here. Get them right down to the bottom of the track and let them scramble for it. Bodine stays in front. Waltrip stays second. Yarborough 3rd, Earnhardt 4th, Allison 5th, Benny Parsons is in 6th. Swap them around. Put Earnhardt back up a spot. Here's Earnhardt coming back around Cale Yarborough and finds himself in 3rd. Earnhardt looks like he wants to go back to 2nd. Pulls right up on number 11. Waltrip finds a hole on the inside. Waltrip just a tad high, and car number 3. Earnhardt back to the bottom. Cale Yarborough coming with him for 4th. Waltrip will fall to 5th. 152 complete. It's a dynamite race, bro.
It is. It's a very exciting race. You know, you don't hardly see, you won't ever see any more competition than this. When we look at Darrell Waltrip again, he's going extremely high in the corners. He must be having some sort of handling problem right now. The car was running very, very well, but the last few laps was down very high in the turns.
There's 22 Allison down on the inside. Bobby Allison running side by side with the number 11, and now you're looking back in front at car number 5, Bodine. Bodine in first, Earnhardt second, Yarborough third, Allison fourth.
I think another car to keep our eye on, too, is the number 9 car of Bill Elliott. He has now pulled up on the back bumper of Darrell Waltrip and is making his bid to get back up there in an effort to capture that $10,000 prize on lap 164.
Look at Elliott hang right in there. You're back inside Benny Parsons' car. Looking right over there, ready to shake hands with Darrell Waltrip. Benny Parsons very much in this race, fighting with Waltrip for 5th position. Boy, that windshield shows the pock marks, the dust and the dirt when accumulates out there. No windshield wipers, no chance to pull in, except on those pit stops every so often to get some help and administer to that windshield. And through that kind of vision, they cut these incredible laps. There's car number 55. That is the Copenhagen car with our onboard camera. We're showing 154 complete. I think that scoreboard is 2 laps off in the infield. 154, so we're 10 laps away from countdown time for a $10,000 bonus.
We've got a car stalled over in the 3rd and 4th turns. It looks like the number 21 car, or else it is the number 7 car of Kyle Petty. Looks like he's going to come to a stop over there. We may have to go to caution.
We are going to caution. We are under caution. We are under caution for the 6th time today as car number 7, Kyle Petty, who started 40th in the event, comes to rest in the bottom of number 3. Works it off the keel a little. He tries to get it around, but there's not much left there. And the caution is on the track. Here's Jack Arute.
There has been a problem with Bill Elliott's car. It was an altercation out on the racetrack early in the race. What it was is he ran over, according to Ernie Elliott, Jeff Bodine ran over the car and it's knocked the toe in out of the car. So they've got some problems on the Elliott machine.
Thanks, Jack. All right, caution once again with Bodine up in front. Now remember, if we get to the halfway point and we're under caution, then from the time they drop the green, they'll count 5 laps before they shell out the $10,000.
That's correct. Of course, there doesn't appear to be anything on the racetrack. Kyle's car has just stalled down there, so this should be a relatively short caution period. We see the wrecker is just about to pull up on the car. He'll probably simply push him on around to the garage area and get the car off the racetrack. So I anticipate a very short caution period here.
Let's go today.
We're about ready to give away the $10,000 from Barclays American. You may wonder why a conservative, staid financial institution would want to get involved in stock car racing. The answer is that Barclays American makes loans, personal loans, for things like home improvements and tuition loans and car loans. A lot of them. They're thinking stock car racing.
More and more major sponsors are thinking stock car racing, and why not? You see the kind of competition and the great teamwork we see displayed here right now as you watch the Bodine crew go to work, and right behind them the Neil Bonnet crew.
All the lead cars are in. This is their last lap or last ditch effort to try to gain that $10,000. Everybody's making a 4-tire change right now in efforts to win that $10,000.
There is Dale Earnhardt making that change. And sponsorship is absolutely the bottom line for any of these racing teams these days.
That's true. It takes a tremendous amount of money to field these cars. Most guys figure about $20,000 per race is needed to field a front-running car. So it does take a tremendous amount of sponsorship.
Under caution. And it will be a brief one. And then we'll be back with more of our live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500.
Folks will tell you I got something going all the time. And I got ways to get the dirty work done for me. This is it. The new Honda TRX 200. On my ranch, that full suspension and electric starting comes in real handy. In my oil fields, I can really count on that shaft drive. At the resort I'm building, that reverse gear gets you out of tight spots. I like the TRX 200 so much I even got one, 2 for the office.
Racing. From the inside, no one covers it like Auto Week. Auto Week makes you an insider at the world's great race circuits every week. In the pits, behind the scenes, even in the cockpit with racing driver columnists in Formula One, NASCAR, and kart. Inside coverage just days after the race. And Auto Week puts you inside the world's most exciting cars, right behind the wheel. Auto Week takes you inside the whole automotive scene. Personalities, great cars of the past, columnists with inside scuttlebutt. Let Auto Week make you an insider, too. Call for a year's subscription to Auto Week. 52 issues at the basic price of $23. Just 44 cents an issue. Call 1-800-554-1800. and get this $10 Auto Week fender cover absolutely free. Call right now, 1-800-554-1800. Let Auto Week make you an insider, too.
You want to win, you got to practice stopping Sarinsky. Murphy, you're Sarinsky. You're dog meat, Sarinsky.
You guys getting the hang of this?
Bring out your best. Your best deserves the best.
Bud Light.
The less filling light beer with a first name and taste.
Sarinsky's got some moves, huh?
We're just ready to go back under green, and as they do, Bobby Allison leads the crew down into the first turn. Ricky Rudd is in second, Lake Speed third, Dale Earnhardt fourth after this caution period. Cale Yarborough fifth, Waltrip sixth, Labonte seventh, Benny Parsons in eighth, Bill Elliott ninth, Bodine is 10th, 11th is Richard Petty. So for the first time today, Bobby Allison in front. It will collect $10,000 from halfway.
Very well could. Of course, Dale Earnhardt's putting a lot of pressure on him right now, running very close in second position.
There you see, there's Harry Gant back on the track. They're reporting he's 8 laps down. He was lucky. They were under caution most of the time. He made those reports, reconfirming that it is 8 laps down on Harry Gant in number 33.
I was wrong. That is the car number 15 of Ricky Rudd that's running in second position right now. So it looks like it might be Allison and Rudd. Moving up fast comes Cale Yarborough, car number 28.
Benny Parsons is running back there in the 8th position. Trying for the lead by Ricky Rudd. Not there. Cale Yarborough moves in. Checking on the official number of laps complete to count down to halfway here now as the field comes by. It is still Allison first, but nipping up the inside comes number 28, Cale Yarborough. Likes those dollars. Ricky Rudd way high. He falls back. And here comes Cale down to the bottom. And here comes Earnhardt. 1, 2 are a race, 5 are a crowd, and they're going to battle it right to the line. This looks like a last lap Talladega finish we're developing here at the midway juncture of the event. Hello, Waltrip back in it again as you see him come up to fourth. 162 complete. 162. First turn with Cale Yarborough in control of the race. Second spot belonging to Earnhardt.
Cale seemed to pull away a little bit as they went through 1 and 2. He's now looking at about a 4 or 5 car advantage on the second place car, Dale Earnhardt.
They split that money with the crew?
I imagine it's probably on the same prorated basis that regular earnings are on.
Bonnet back on pit road, defending champion in the Atlanta Journal 500. Neil Bonnet, number 12. Cale comes across. 163 down. $163 down. Let's go quickly to Jack Arute.
Well, one driver that's not worried about $10,000 is Harry Gant, but Travis Carter, the crew chief. Travis, you're back out on the racetrack, but have you lost the points war?
No, we haven't lost it until the last lap run, as far as we're concerned. We're certainly going to put a damper on things for us today. That's no problem, but that's part of the game, and we just have to try to do the best we can and perhaps get a good start next year.
Well, another story that's unfolding on pit road, and let's go to Dr. Jerry Crunch.
We're standing with Jody Ridley. Jody had a good run this afternoon, ran with the leaders most of the afternoon. What put you out?
I think I dropped something in the rear end, when I dropped the jack, and I started leaving out the pits. I broke something, We run pretty good, except one time there we came in and just changed 2 left right sides, and everybody put on new ones, and we went to drop back pretty good then, but we came back in and got more, and we're in the hunt all day. And the car ran super good. It's just one of those things, I guess.
Well, say hello to a man who's $10,000 richer. Let's go to Dave Despain.
You talk about the big money drivers in stock car racing, you've got to talk about Cale Yarborough. He drives only the super speedway races, only the big money races. He came to the front and led just 1 lap thus far, 1 period of laps thus far in this race. And it was the Barclays American Run for the Money. Cale Yarborough leads lap 164, and he picks up the $10,000. Now the question is, who's going to lead that checkered flag lap?
So halfway has been completed, and Cale Yarborough just asserted himself and pulled out in front. Caleb with 81 wins, looking for 82, is drawing away from the field with an incredible run. In the second spot, it is Dale Earnhardt, followed by Waltrip. here at the Atlanta International Raceway. Cale Yarborough just drawing away from the field. There you see the interval. There's the battle for fourth. Car number 44, Labonte there, and Benny Parsons right with him. Last lap, 163.1 by Cale Yarborough on the mile-and-a-half track.
Ken, we talk a lot about the handling that you need to get around Atlanta quickly, but in this race, tires have been very much the story. The number 5 car of Jeff Bodine has just changed 4 tires to try to get his handling back into shape. But the really interesting story is Yarborough. His tire man says they are on their 8, count them, 8 sets of tires to run the first half of this race. They've obviously got a good set now because they're setting the pace, but they're going through tires in a big hurry on the number 28 car.
168 complete this time by. Cale Yarborough has a healthy, fat advantage. And then in second spot, it is car number 3. That is the Earnhardt car, and right behind him comes number 27. The 27 is a lap down. Now Benny Parsons, number 55, stays in 5th spot, and here comes Bill Elliott. That's Elliott trying to take 5th away. Down the inside, car number 9. Here is Bill Elliott trucking along, trying to pick up 5th position. Elliott just inside of the Copenhagen car, ducks back in another time. On the outside, you see Bodine in that mix-up, too. Bodine is there. That's a real stout battle. 5th, 6th, and 7th from inside Benny Parsons' car. Main straightaway. Parsons in 5th, and now up to 6th. Moves Bodine back to 7th. Falls Elliott. Exciting racing, but Cale Yarborough, he's making this his party this afternoon. He is drawing away, and he's built up over a 1-second advantage. Here's Bodine down on the inside. As you're live inside Benny Parsons' car. From the outside, this is what it looks like. Here's Bodine down low, and he's going to take the spot, and Elliott is challenging. Elliott, as Bodine takes 5th, Bill Elliott tries for 6th, and Benny Parsons looks like he may get relegated to 7th. Back in 8th is Bobby Allison. In 9th is Richard Petty, and in 10th is Ricky Rudd. From out of Benny Parsons' Copenhagen car, you're looking at Bill Elliott out of Georgia in the number 9 Thunderbird down the main straightaway. 170 down. Yarborough just hitched it up and drew away. Just an incredible run by Yarborough.
It certainly is. He's pulled away to about a 1.8 second advantage, and that's the quickest that anyone has pulled away from the field yet today. He just motored on by those cars and drove off and left them.
At the STP Pit Center, let's go to Dave Despay.
This racetrack has an interesting history in terms of brand rivalry, which is so much a part of the stock car wars, Kenley. It's a great Ford track. The Fords always run strong here. Bill Elliott set a qualifying record in a Ford. Now you've got 3 Chevrolets up there dominating the competition with the exception of Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt has raced both Fords and Chevys. We ask him if either has an advantage on this racetrack.
You get your chassis right and the combination right for the driver and the racetrack and the tires. If everything's working, then you can win a race in anything.
There he is, Earnhardt at number 3, staying in front of Tim Richmond. Richmond still pitching up and trying to get back in this race. Tim Richmond is running 17th. There are 15 cars in the lead lap. The 15th place car in that lead lap is number 97, Sterling Marlin. 14th is Marcus. 13th is Lake Speed. 12th is Parsons. In the latest rundown. We'll look a little further back. Let's look 1 lap down. Richmond 16th, Bouchard 17th, Pearson 18th, then Neil Bonnet in 19th. Another look at the leader, Cale Yarborough in car number 28. And look at that interval as they stretch him off down the back straightaway. Number 3 is your second place car, Earnhardt. Second here a year ago.
Yes, and he and his good off-the-track buddy Tim Richmond have hooked up in a tight 2-car draft in an effort to run down the leader, Cale Yarborough. They are whittling away at the leads a little bit, but Cale still has a little bit over a 1.5 second advantage.
Cale Yarborough, here's Bobby Allison and Richard Petty. And remember, they're battling back in 9th and 10th. That is Bobby Allison in 9th, Richard Petty in 10th, Ricky Rudd in the 11th position. There they are. Allison, last year's champion of the Winston Cup Tour. This year has not been as good for that Terry Nelson crew. The Nygaard team looks like they're going to come back next year tougher and stronger than ever. Brand new $5 million racing facility being built in Charlotte, North Carolina by the Gardner brothers for Nygaard Racing. Here is Bobby Allison, number 22, the white and red car, just in front of Petty. Petty, who has won more of these races than anyone at 4 in this fall series in Atlanta, Georgia. Cool, crisp day. There you see Ricky Rudd and that Thunderbird just behind him. Here's Rudd taking a shot at the inside. And Richard Petty looks on Bobby Allison and sees if he can find a little bit of running room. There's Phil Parsons in the back. Phil Parsons is the number 2 candidate, Rookie of the Year honors. Petty going to the outside and continues his challenge for the 9th position. More from the Atlanta Journal 500 in a moment.
People think I'm a tough guy. Maybe. But I'm not stupid. I wear the right gear. And I'm careful out there.
I take care of myself out here, too. Because on this field, things happen even faster. You've got to protect yourself. Never drink when you ride. Think safety. You never know what you're going to run into.
Winners ride safely. An important reminder from Honda.
When the going gets this tough, a man needs Wrangler comfort.
Yeah, an easy Wrangler fit.
Right. And Wrangler clothes look as great as they feel.
I'll say. With lots of give, lots of take.
And that feels mighty fine.
Yeah, anytime.
Hey, let's go.
To race fans everywhere, Old Milwaukee means something great. It means the Old Milwaukee race team, racing at its best. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer. Cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer and smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light.
An Old Milwaukee.
An Old Milwaukee Light.
Tastes as great as their name.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this.
Long before Dallas.
Doctor, that sure is a beautiful animal.
Decades before Dynasty.
You knew what a frightful girl I was when you married me. I did not deceive you, sir.
There was Giant.
Me, I'm gonna have more money than you ever thought you could have.
Where land is big and the power of men even bigger.
Buy him out and get him out of here.
James Dean, Elizabeth Taylor, Rock Hudson, Giant. Monday night at 8:05 Eastern on your Superstation.
Continuing live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500 is being brought to you by Honda Motorcycles, inventors of the ATC three-wheeler. Honda, follow the leader. In the Atlanta Journal 500, this is the leader everyone is following right now. Cale Yarborough out in front. Car number 28, the Rainier Lundy machine, is drawing away to better than a 1-second advantage. He waited to the midway point, and then he sank his teeth in. Winner of $373,000 this year. Pulled off the Daytona 500 back in February. Comes in here, finished 3rd in the Coca-Cola 500 at Atlanta earlier this season, and he is really drawing a bead on the overall win of this $336,000 skirmish. Now you see the second place car. That is Dale Earnhardt, number 3, and right behind him in 3rd place is Bodine. Number 5, Bodine is in 3rd. Tim Richmond, the 27 car, is a lap down. And there is your leader, Cale Yarborough, and the interval from him, from Cale Yarborough back to the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Here's Jerry Punch.
There's a scramble on the track, but also a scramble here in the pits, Ken. Many of the crews are trying to go after tires. They're running out of tires with a number of caution flags. They've had to change and put fresh rubber on every time they've come in, and now they're scrambling. When a car falls out, 4 or 5 or 6 crews will head to the garage and try to buy the tires for the unfortunate driver. A scramble for tires, very important here in Atlanta.
2 more cars have retired. Jody Ridley, number 84, is now out of the race, and Bobby Hillen has given it up. Hillen involved in that altercation in the back straightaway. Bobby Hillen, number 8, that car is now out of the race. So there are 10 cars of the 40 starters that have now gone back to the garage area. Yarborough stays 1st, Earnhardt 2nd. And let's take a look at the battle for 4th position here. That's number 44, Terry Labonte, in 4th. Bill Elliott, number 9, is in 5th. And Darrell Waltrip is right behind them in 6th. 3 cars in a bundle. There you see Waltrip in the 6th position, number 11. Waltrip with 64 wins. He's won the most races, the most money. Very outspoken about the fact that he thinks that's the way it should be decided. And you see right behind them, the Benny Parsons car, number 55, in 7th position. There they are. Labonte 4th, Elliott 5th, Waltrip 6th, Parsons 7th. Now, Buddy Baker is getting back. After dropping 10 spots in the first 20 laps, he has hit his stride, and he's moving back up. He is officially being shown in 8th at the present time. Remember, he's trying to keep the Wood brothers' 25-year win streak intact. It's down to this race if we're going to do it. Here's Benny Parsons trying the outside as he tries to move up a spot. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th coming by. Right there is the Waltrip car. And right behind him, Waltrip running in the 6th position. Benny Parsons in 7th as they go down through turns 1 and 2. Tight 4-car bundle here, fighting for 4th. They're in the back straightaway, headed for turn 3. Meanwhile, in 2nd place, it's number 3, Earnhardt, and in 3rd spot, number 5, Bodine. Let's go to Jack Carew.
Ken, you've heard talk about the tire situation down here on pit road. As you look behind me, it isn't lining up for Cabbage Patch Kids, it's lining up for new rubber. And it's going to take an awfully long time, even if you can secure some new tires. So now, as we went up and down pit road, we did a survey of the top teams. And the guy that has the most tires laid aside that are fresh and ready to go is Bill Elliott.
It's Elliott. There is Elliott. Remember, he's in 5th. That's Labonte in 4th, directly in front of him. Back they are in turn number 3. Getting around here at better than 160 miles per hour. Up in front of that battle for... Ooh, they get a little tight down the main straightaway, Glenn.
Yes, they did. A lot of competition going on out there. We've noticed that Cale Yarborough continues to pull away. He's out almost to a 4-second advantage now.
3 seconds now between the 1st and 2nd place car. Bodine now into 2nd. Earnhardt back to 3rd. Here's 44, Labonte still maintaining 4th with Elliott in 5th. Dave?
Remember, Bill Elliott does have a problem with that automobile. There is a toe-in problem. That's a steering difficulty on the car as a result of an earlier altercation on the racetrack. And he's kind of flipping and sliding around there. That is a result of that problem. He's literally having to drive the wheels off that car to stay in contention. We recall the disappointment of a year ago when Elliott came here live on TBS. We covered the race. The man who's leading right now, Cale Yarborough, blew an engine late in the race. There is Yarborough working turn 3 and 4. Pow, into the back of him came Bill Elliott, and both cars went out of the race. And it's also noteworthy that Cale Yarborough, as we said, has used 8 sets of tires in the first half of this race. So his crew in particular is out there scrambling, looking for rubber to try to maintain this advantage.
Dave, I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that toe-in problem that Bill Elliott has. What we're talking about is, you know, when you take your car down to get the toe-in set, the tires on a race car are similar to the tires on a passenger car. You tow the cars out. In other words, the cars are towed out a little bit further on the front of the tire than they are on the rear of the tire. And all that tow out is put on the right-hand side of the car, in other words, in the right front tire. What happened on that first lap skirmish between Bodine and Bill Elliott, Bodine got underneath him going into 3, bumped into the left front tire, and in all probability knocked that tire in a little bit. So the car is towed in instead of being towed out. It makes the car a little less stable going through the corners.
There's Cale Yarborough, and his lead is diminished. His lead has diminished down to 2 8/10 of a second now. There's the 2nd place car. Cale Yarborough in front, and here is Bodine in 2nd. Earnhardt is in 3rd. Cale Yarborough, when you do start testing opponents, to start with, let's take a look at this battle. It's now beginning to develop a little further back. We'll get to that question with Cale Yarborough in just a moment. Watching Cale at number 28, but look at this little skirmish going on. Number 9, Elliott, is wheeling around number 44, and Bill Elliott seems to have got his problem straightened out, and he's on his way. Elliott has now pulled up into the 4th position overall. Labonte is back to 5th, and in 6 is Walter. Here is Benny Parsons trying to get beneath car number 44, Terry Labonte, for 5th place, and he's getting there. Parsons in the Copenhagen car streaks down the inside and goes by the number 1 driver in the standings. Now looking out the front, and Parsons goes looking for more of the leaders. That moves Parsons up into the 5th spot. In front of him in 4th is Bill Elliott as they go through turns 1 and 2. Back with a leader another time, Cale Yarborough. Earlier we talked to Cale. When do you start testing opponents to see what they have out here on a track like this?
there was a time in the sport that you could, sit back and wait towards the end of the race to measure everybody up, because a lot of people wasn't going to show you what they had until the race was over. Nowadays, it's not that way. When the green flag falls, there's 15 to 18 cars that's capable of winning every race. Most of them are going to run hard as they can during the entire race, so you got to start measuring from the beginning.
193 of the 328 laps have now been completed. 193. Here's Jerry Punch.
One of the problems, Ken, with tires is that they get punctured on the racetrack from debris. This tire just taken off the Neil Bonnet car has a hole in it. The tire came in on the right and rear of the car, was taken off. It has been marked with an X and hole written around it. They have lost another tire in the Bonnet pit.
Sterling Marlin, number 95, is turning in a sterling performance out here today. Running the lead lap in 15th position. He's finished once in the top 10 this year, 8th at Bristol. His best finish on a super speedway was 12th at Talladega. That number 95, Sterling Marlin, having an excellent day, the Tennessee driver.
Two update items, Kenley, here from the STC Pit Communications Center. Driver 42, Terry Schoonover, involved in that Turn 2 crash, has been helicoptered to the Georgia Baptist Hospital in Atlanta for further treatment, and we'll hope to have an additional update on his condition. An additional word about the Cale Yarborough situation, a correction and an amplification. He has used not 8 but 6 sets of tires. That is crucial because they mounted 8 sets of tires. In other words, they came to the racetrack anticipating 8 sets of tires would get them through the day, and they had 8 sets mounted. They used 6 sets in the first half of the race, so that is the real measure of how big the tire problem is that these drivers are having here. I'd like to ask Glenn Jarrett if he could give us any insight into the reason why the tires are being used up so quickly.
Well, Dave, I think certainly the foremost reason is the extreme number of caution flags that we've had here early in the race. The guys have had a lot of opportunities to come in and change, make 4 tire changes under the caution. And you heard Waddell Wilson say earlier to Jack Arute that they had been making some adjustments on the car to try to get it handling better. One of those adjustments is to change the set of tires, to try to change the stagger of the tires, or the difference in circumference between the left side tires and the right side tires. When you do that, you normally need to change all 4 tires to make a drastic change on the race car.
Morgan Shepherd, number 98, is being shown a lap behind Sterling Marlin, number 95, who's been doing such an outstanding job. Up in front, it remains Cale Yarborough in car number 28. Yarborough leading in the Atlanta Journal 500 with 197 laps complete.
David Pearson won his first stock car race on a dirt track in South Carolina, and has gone on to win over 100 NASCAR Grand National races. But even though there's always another race,
How's that?
there's more to David's life than just racing.
Hey, now that looks like a wreck. Nah, looks like supper, Dad. Looks like it's time for some Chattanooga Chew.
Get all you can out of life. Get on board with Chattanooga Chew.
So hold up. Go. Lighten the load. Lighten the load. Throw down the trunk.
They're catching up.
Get rid of the straws.
Get rid of the straws.
Good thinking, Bart.
Yep.
Stroh's and Stroh Light. Fire brewed for smoother taste.
It starts with a subtle glance. The enticement of discovering something wondrously new. The Dodge Aries K. Sleek, new styling that will captivate you. Performance that will infatuate you. You always knew Aries for its economy and value. Now you'll love it for its beauty.
Hi, I'm Randy Newman.
I'm Steve Miller. This is Corey Hart.
We're Spark.
We're Menudo.
Call your mom, your dad.
Call your dog, your cat,
your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle.
your parakeet, your gerbil.
Anyone you can think of. And tell them about the Cable Music Channel.
It's in stereo. It's live from L.A., the Cable Music Channel.
Call your cable operator right this very second
and ask for the Cable Music Channel. It's the Cable Music Channel.
Cable Music Channel.
Call your cable operator now.
At the Atlanta International Raceway, 202 of the 328 laps have been completed with a 1 4/10 second advantage. It is Cale Yarborough in car number 28 leading the way. In the second position is Jeff Bodine in car number 5, and in third is Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt in the number 3 car is now shown in third. Then fourth is Bill Elliott, and Elliott is really on the prowl. 10 laps ago, he was 7 seconds behind Cale. Now it's about 6.5. Ever so slowly, he's reeling his man in. There you see the second place car, Bodine. Another man that's really on the move today is this man, car number 1, Lake Speed. He's past Richard Petty, he's past Phil Parsons, and the number 1 car is now being shown in the 11th position. Lake Speed, who had a third-place finish earlier this year at Rockingham, and an 8th at Talladega, and everyone thinks that very soon he's going to pull one off. He was 5th at Michigan, he was 6th at Charlotte. Lake Speed, car number 1. Here's Dave Despain at the STP Pit Center.
One of the recurring themes in this race, Ken, is the combination, the handling setup we've talked so much about. You'll see a car that's working well, go to the front, the situation will change, the car will go to the back. Right now, in a bit of trouble is Terry Labonte, who led this race for several laps early on, but now the car has faded. We have a report from Pit Road and Jerry Punch about what that problem might be.
We're standing with Dale Lindman. Dale, what's the problem with the car?
Well, we've run along there pretty good, and he thought he had a tire going down, so he slowed down, filled that out pretty good, but we picked the pace back up now, so we're doing pretty good.
The car apparently pushing a little bit, but now starting to improve in the handling.
Ron Bouchard's number 47 is in 17th place. He is a lap down. The Valvoline Buick having some problems back about 80 laps ago. It's a bad break for him. And there is car number 11. That's Waltrip in the 6th position now. With him comes Terry Labonte. Labonte hovering right on the championship here in this Atlanta Journal 500. 11 and 44, still working it out. Battling for, I would say, 7th position. I believe that Baker still has the advantage in there for 6.
Yes,
Baker
correct.
does have 6. I think Terry may have blown an engine. He's slowing down dramatically going into turn number 1. What do you think, Glenn?
Well, that's a very unfortunate break. Of course, Harry again had bad luck earlier in the race. The caution is being thrown now because of the oil and debris that he left on the track going into turn 1. But this is definitely a disadvantage for Terry Labonte right now.
Sounded like a bomb going off here in the STP Pit Communication Center. I think Dale Inman called it dead right. It sounded like a tire blew on Terry Labonte's car just as he crossed the start-finish line. We see no smoke. We'll get an update from Pit Road when the car comes on Pit Road. But it looks like Terry Labonte, trying to wrap up the Winston Cup Championship here today, has blown a tire. He's headed for the pits.
Now the question is, what position is Harry Gant in? We're going to be checking on Gant's position laps down in just a moment for you as we see car number 44. Remember, he came into this race for 49-point advantage. He's gone right back behind Pit Road into the garage area. Jackaroo will be down there trying to get a word with him. Jerry Punch. What a misfortune for car number 44. Oh, that is a tough break. And all the leaders are coming on Pit Road.
As the field make their way onto Pit Road, obviously it was not a tire problem. It is an engine problem for Labonte. And suddenly, Harry Gant, whose hopes seem to have gone to nothing, have reemerged here, Phoenix-like. There is Cale Yarborough getting set up, but suddenly Harry Gant is back into the thick of the championship chase. And you can bet that they're going to go to work and try to see if there's any way to repair that Labonte machine and put him back in the competition. But it sounded and looked terminal as he went straight behind the wall.
He will be the 11th retiree. 11th retiree as we have it from the race. And with that, his total points for the day would be 4,341. And that is counting the laps that he would have received for leading a single lap out here. We'll have to wait on most laps led in the race. Cale Yarborough is dominating in that program at the present time. The car number 44 led 19 laps, according to our statistician, Bob Lamford. 19 laps were accumulated by that car number 44, so that doesn't sound like enough to come out on top in most laps led and get the other 5-point bonus that is awarded. All the leaders have pitted. We're waiting for them to come back on the track before we give you the rundown. Now, the big question here is the situation on Gant. Remember, he lost 8 laps. He's still out here. If the attrition continues to develop, he can keep running. It means it all goes to Riverside. What a unusual circumstance and big change happening as car number 44. We can see the crew going back, and they'll be loading up their hauler and heading for Riverside 40 hours from now. They'll be out west ready for Riverside, California with that Piedmont team.
Of course, there's one thing that the Terry Labonte team is going to do to try to combat any unforeseen difficulties at Riverside. They're carrying 2 cars out there. Joe Milliken will qualify the other car, so they will have 2 cars in the race.
Harry Gant, still very much in the championship to be decided next Sunday at Riverside, California, right here on TBS.
Dodge Omni has always been a good old buddy. A nice little guy. Loyal, efficient. Well, we got this kind of sneaky idea. First, we gave it a sleek new coat of jet black. We put 15-inch alloy wheels and performance rubber on it. Beefed up the suspension quite a bit. The final touch, a real screamer under the hood. Dodge's high-output Shelby engine with optional turbo power. Darn if we didn't come up with one of the fastest production cars in America. Dodge Omni GLH. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
This bartender's the next big league pitcher and loves to serve fire-brewed Strohs. See what I mean? That was his fastball. That was the curve. Look out. Wild pitch.
What was that?
Relief pitcher.
Strohs and Stroh Light, fire brewed for smoother taste.
Wherever you live, whatever your weather, whenever you're on CNN, you can count on up-to-the-minute weather reports at the top of every hour. 24 hours a day, every day of the week, look to CNN to learn the latest weather developments. Now with CNN weather reports at the top of every hour, you know just when to find the information you need. Wherever you live, turn to CNN for weather reports at the top of every hour, 24 hours a day, every day of the week. Look for your CNN channel on your cable system.
Back here at Atlanta International Raceway, we may have another cruel twist of fate here on pit road. Harry Gant, after hearing about Terry Labonte's misfortune, now the word is they're going to have to bring the car back in behind the wall to repair the front end suspension once again.
That's the latest word on Harry Gant's number 33. We're back ready to go under green after the 6th caution of the day. As they come by, they will have completed 210 laps. Cale Yarborough is in front, and in second, number 55, Benny Parsons. Here they are into turn number 1. Parsons is into second. Bill Elliott is third. Bodine fourth. Rudd fifth. Buddy Baker is sixth. Dale Earnhardt seventh. Lake Speed is in eighth. There's Ron Bouchard in the Valvoline Buick. Finding some water going down that back straightaway. Still fighting to get his lap back. Leader is Cale Yarborough. Car number 28. Drawing away. In the main straightaway. Second spot, it is a 3-way battle going into turn number 1. A 3-way battle, and Bodine on the inside may take it right here. There's Jeff Bodine, number 5, going down through for second, and with him comes Dale Earnhardt in the number 3 car. Parsons pinned on the outside. Parsons caught on the outside, and here comes number 9, Elliott, also in there. So now second is Bodine, and third is Earnhardt, and fourth is Elliott. And falling back is Benny Parsons as they move around. Ricky Rudd, a correction, that is Ricky Rudd's car, number 15. Rudd in the 15 is up there behind Bodine. Let's go to the pits and talk to a man who looked like he had it all sewed up today, and then it went awry.
Terry, it looked like it may have been all yours today, but the current Winston Cup point leader, you have to be disappointed sitting here in the garage.
Yeah, I sure am. You know, the car was running pretty good, and at the present time, it wasn't working as good as it had been earlier, but, you know, the car was capable of running good. It's just one of those deals.
That makes Riverside all the more important next week.
Well, it sure does. You know, Harry had some problems too, and so he's not going to have a good finish. So you know, he'll probably take the lead, but it should still be pretty close, I guess.
Well, that's Terry Labonte out of it here in Atlanta.
Terry Labonte out with a blown engine. That is crucial here. The difference in Harry Gant's situation is that his car can be repaired. The rules require no engine changes. Labonte cannot change the engine and go back out on the racetrack. Gant has a spindle problem, front-end suspension difficulties. They brought him back in. They can work on that car, put him back on the racetrack, albeit many laps down. He will get a better finish position today than Terry Labonte, and as a result will gain points in the chase for the Winston Cup championship.
Charge into second place brings Bill Elliott there, Bodine to third, and Ricky Rudd, who you last saw win at Richmond, Virginia, falls into that fourth position. There's car number 15. And right in front of Benny Parsons is the lap car of David Pearson. Here comes Earnhardt on the outside. Earnhardt getting back into it another time. Earnhardt pulling up around the outside. He'll take the fifth spot away from Parsons for this charge. Mighty tight run.
Yes, it is. That is a terrific view. You can see how Earnhardt's car is extremely quick going into the corners. As they start to accelerate off the corners, Benny's able to draw back up on it.
Meanwhile, up in front, a battle developing, and number 9, Bill Elliott is there. Elliott down the inside, and he scrambles underneath Cale Yarborough. Number 9 and 28 for the lead, and all of a sudden, something seems to be amiss on number 28. Yarborough, who had been drawing away, leading by 1 or 2 or 3 seconds. Bill Elliott's found it again, and that number 9 is hitched up and headed.
Evidently, they were under that last caution period. They were able to make whatever adjustments were needed to be made on Bill Elliott's car. He is really running strong right now, pulling away from the field.
216 laps complete. Here's Elliott in first, Yarborough in second, Bodine in third, Ricky Rudd in fourth, Earnhardt up to fifth, Parsons in sixth, seventh is Baker, eighth is Waltrip, ninth is Allison, 10th is Speed. See some of this tremendous crowd out here. Look at that fight for second place, and down on the inside, it is car number 5. It is Bodine into second, and with him comes Ricky Rudd and Dale Earnhardt. Let's go to the STP pit center.
Interestingly enough, Ken, just moments ago, we got the report from Cale Yarborough's pit that Waddell Wilson, the crew chief, had made 0 changes on the car, that it was perfect. They changed tires and sent him back out. It may be a tire problem that has led Cale to fall back a little bit here so abruptly. And, of course, in the STP Pit Communication Center, we always keep up with car number 43, Richard Betty's STP machine. He says he's having trouble with the wind. The wind is blowing the car around very badly in the corners and slowing him down. And Buddy Parrott, the crew chief, had an observation that we can relate to. He said, we're about to freeze to death down here.
There you see number 3. And that number 3 car is Earnhardt. Right behind him comes a hustle. They continue to fight it out, and that is Parsons and Baker. 6th and 7th with Waltrip in 8th. From inside Parsons' car. Here's Cale on the outside.
Excuse me, I think one car we really need to keep an eye on right now is the 21 Ford of Buddy Baker. He is really on the move. Just blew by Cale Yarborough. They seem to have been making some chassis adjustments on that car as the day has gone along. It seems to be hooked up very well right now, running extremely well at the bottom of the racetrack.
Baker is in 5th. Yarborough is in 6th. Parsons is in 7th. Lap car number 27, Richmond, still dogged and determined to try to get that lap back. There is the 21 car, the Wood Brothers car. Buddy Baker, his final performance for the Wood Brothers. Parsons closes up on Cale Yarborough another time. Cale lies 6th. Benny is 7th.
You can see from our vantage point right there, Cale's car seems to be pushing going through the turns. The car doesn't want to turn. It enables Benny to pull up closer on his rear end as they go through the corners and as they start off.
28 seem to be going backwards a little in this race. Jack Arute is with crew chief Waddell Wilson.
Waddell, you've been huddled with your tire men. Is it stagger or a problem with the car and tires?
Yes, this time we got a set of tires that's got too much push. The car is just too tight. And, you know, we're going to have to live with it until we can get them off.
What do you do when you say have to live with it? Just tough it out?
That's it, because it certainly can't stop.
They have to wait for a caution.
That's right. Can't send the defensive unit in out here. Elliott first, Bodine second, Rudd third, Earnhardt fourth, Baker fifth. Here's Harry Gant, struggling to stay in the championship battle, and he's still out here and still going. Remember that Labonte is the 11th retiree. Terry Labonte, if you're just joining us, Terry Labonte is now out of the race.
And you see coming out of the garage area now after making extensive repairs is the car number 51 of Greg Sachs. Looks like he's going to join the hunt, although he's many, many laps down. We also noticed that we had a report that Gant was going to have to bring his car back in. He will stay out there as long as possible right now to get as many laps in as he can since Labonte has fallen out of the race.
Rusty Wallace is now on pit road. Ron Bouchard made an unscheduled 20-lap pit stop, and here comes Parsons on the outside of Cale Yarborough, trying to move by him. We're right in the midst of the fight, going on for the 6th position. Yarborough is there, holding onto it. Here's Parsons down into turn number 1, trying the inside, and still not quite able to dispatch Cale Yarborough. Last lap on Elliott, 161-mile-an-hour average on this mile-and-a-half track. 223 laps have now been completed in the Atlanta Journal 500. 339 miles are down, 105 to go. Well, this is anybody's race today. There still remain 14 cars in the lead lap. Oh, my heart, have we got a good one in Atlanta, Georgia for you.
Ken, I think Benny Parsons may be the best example of the rags to riches kind of comeback that we see so often in this race. We heard Benny talking during the caution flag earlier about the fact that they had problems with the handling on the car pre-race. They made some adjustments. They felt in the right direction. They've been making adjustments throughout the race. The car is getting better and better and better. And the man who carries the in-car camera, the man who just blew them in the weeds here in the spring race, is right on the heels of the Hardy Chevrolet. And Benny Parsons definitely should be considered a contender to win the Atlanta Journal 500. If they can make one more adjustment and get it just right, he'll be ready to go to the front. Now, number 9, one more note, number 9, Ernie Elliott, says he is still adjusting on Bill's car, and the last tweak must have been a doozy, was his quote, because he went singing by Yarborough and took the lead. So they, too, are adjusting the car, trying to make it better for the run to the finish.
Dodging, diving, that's number 47, Bouchard, trying to stay in this thing. He's running to 15th. Cale Yarborough slipping back a little as the battle continues here in the Atlanta Journal 500. Bill Elliott, who's set on the pole, turning laps at over 160 miles per hour, stays in front with Jeff Bodine in second. Now it is Ricky Rudd third, Earnhardt fourth, Baker fifth, and Cale Yarborough in sixth. Swap that. Yarborough is falling back as Parsons has picked him off. Here comes number 5, Bodine, closing up on the leader. Bill Elliott in number 9, out in front. He's won 3 Grand National races this year. Finished third in the standings a year ago. Is currently third. There you see him out in front. Hold the fort, because here's number 5, right behind him. Jeff Bodine looking for that first Super Speedway win. Into turn number 1. The struggle is for first place. He's collected $463,000 this year, has Elliott. And this $336,000 race could really accumulate for him. We'll be back with more of the exciting Atlanta Journal 500 after these messages from our sponsors as Bill Elliott continues to show the way.
One reason why Duracell batteries last so long is because we're always improving them. In fact, today's Duracell batteries will last up to 20% longer than the ones we made just 3 years ago. To do it any other way would be, well, the tail wagging the dog. Duracell, the copper top battery. When it comes to making them last longer, we never stop.
Sounds like there's a bear in the beer.
What are we gonna do?
I'll be right back.
Where's he going?
He's going to get that beer from that bear.
That's not just a bear. That's a grizzly.
Yeah, but that's not just a beer. That's fire-brewed Stroh's. I thought we had 3 cases.
Well, had to make a deal.
Stroh's and Stroh Light, fire-brewed for smoother taste.
Do you have prior military experience in the civil engineering field? Well, the Air Force Reserve has a unique opportunity just for you. It's called the Individual Mobilization Augmentee Program. Through this plan, you serve only 1 day each month or 3 days per quarter. Polish up your skills and still get many of those great Air Force benefits. See your local Air Force Reserve recruiter today or call toll-free 800-257-1212. Now more than ever before, today's Air Force Reserve is a great way to serve.
When custody fights between divorced parents turned ugly, CNN told you why and showed you how. Expect the unexpected from a CNN investigative report. Tonight, you're in the middle of a Pacific storm with America's game, the NBA. Hotshot Kiki Vandeweghe and rookie big man Sam Bowie lead the Portland Trailblazers against Purvis Short and the Golden State Warriors.
It's the stuff dreams are made of.
the NBA. Tonight, live at 10:05 p.m. Eastern, only on your Superstation.
Back live at Atlanta International Raceway, where the man who started at the front in the Atlanta Journal 500 has returned to the front. Bill Elliott, who set a qualifying record here of only over 170 miles an hour, has regained the lead now as we move closer to a finish. He's pursued by Jeff Bodine, and the man everybody's talking about in the STP Pit Communication Center is Ricky Rudd. He has brought his number 15 machine from 13th starting spot with a good tire change that picked him up a half-second a lap. He's moved to third. For a further report from pit road, let's go to Jerry Punch.
We're with veteran Grand National crew chief Bud Moore. Bud, your driver has really come to life. Your car running third and challenging for the lead. What did you do to the car? What kind of changes did you make?
Well, we've been adjusting air pressure and tire stagger all day and see what it's going to take towards the end of the race. So we hit the right combination right now, and we hope this combination will last for the rest of the race.
Well, it's certainly working for Ricky Rudd. He's moving up among the leaders.
In his last three performances, Bill Elliott in the number 9 car, the leader here, has come home with a victory at Charlotte. In the Miller 500 at North Wilkesboro, he was 8th. Then at Rockingham, he won again. And he seems to be on a roll as he gets down to the end of the season, Glenn.
He certainly does. He is really running strong here today. He has run strong since the beginning of the race, even though he did have that little toe-in problem that we mentioned earlier. But they seem to have that corrected now because nobody can catch him.
Here he is, Bill Elliott out in front, Bodine in second, and Ricky Rudd in third. We asked Bill Elliott if he made a pre-race game plan for an event such as this.
I don't never try to plan a strategy or do a strategy. I just do what the race calls for in that circumstance because, you know, I plan something and things never work out. So I just go race as the situation calls for.
Well, this is where it began for him, and he is doing a magnificent job today. Bill Elliott in car number 9, leading by about 1 car length. Had trouble early in the going. That's true, just as calm as he is. Kept working at the car, and they have it back together again. Looking further back in the field, you see Cale Yarborough in the 7th position. Right behind him is Bobby Allison in 8th. And in 9th is Darrell Waltrip with 10th Lake Speed. Here's Cale Yarborough, who was leading for a while. Took the $10,000 midpoint of the race. 7 cautions thus far. The latest retiree is Eddie Burstwell. And they're showing Labonte as the 10th retiree. Labonte now is the 10th. Eddie Burstwell is the 11th. Greg Sachs had retired, but he came back out of the large area. Greg Sachs is back on the track. Back with the leaders. They seem willing to stay there in that stable running position for the moment.
Yes, right now they're very content to do just what they're doing. Nobody's trying to get the car out of shape, although we did see Bill Elliott get a little high that time as he started off at turn 2 and allowed Jeff Bodine to move under him and take the lead going down the backstretch as they go into turn 3.
Less than 100 laps to go. Here is Bodine on the inside with the advantage for the moment. Talk about competition coming at you. Wheel to wheel into turn 1. Bodine low. Oh, a little sideways in 1, and Elliott hitched up on the outside. Look at Ricky Rudd hanging right in there. Rudd, who had that terrible crash at Daytona and came right back and won at Richmond, Virginia, here on TBS. Still side by side for the lead. Bodine looking for that first super speedway victory.
As we watch Bodine and Elliott dice for the lead, also notice that the car number 3, Dale Earnhardt, has moved back up to the lead pack and run him down. He was a couple seconds behind him, so he's really on the move right now, making the challenge for the lead.
In your face, down into turn number 1, Bodine has the lead. Elliott is in second. Then it's Rudd, and now Earnhardt is back in there again. 4 cars battling for the lead as we get down toward the finish of this exciting Atlanta Journal 500 live on the Superstation today. Next Sunday, Riverside, California. There's Benny Parsons, number 55. Remember, he's in 5th, and Buddy Baker is in 6th. And Harry Gant in car number 33 may be having himself some continuing problems here. You're looking at car number 47. They say that car 33 is smoking out there on the track now.
He is, Ken, and he has dropped down very low on the racetrack. He's not coming in this time by, but I do see smoke trailing from the car.
Here's Dave Despade.
Harry Gant has a number of problems with that number 33 machine. The smoke, the latest. They brought the car in for the suspension difficulties that we talked about early on. The problem that looked like it was going to knock him out of the championship chase. In working on the number 33 car on the front suspension, they blocked off the front brake line. Harry went back out and found that he had no front brakes. He decided to tough it out and to continue to circulate until they could get a caution. Apparently, there is another problem that has erupted now on the 33 machine, and Harry Gant may be coming back to the pit as he tries to hang on to some hope of winning the Winston Cup championship.
I think the point here is, as Gant limps back onto pit road, that Bill Elliott mathematically gets right back in this championship if he stays where he is now and wins this race.
That's correct. If this problem should prove to be terminal to Harry Gant, put him out of the race today, then that would really vault Elliott right back up into contention for the championship when they go to Riverside next week.
Our statistician, Bob Latford, is looking at it now in the situation of Elliott continuing to pull up in these standings as we get down to the end of the year. Phil Parsons is backing up pit road at number 66 at this moment. Parsons, number 66, have been running in the 14th position. Look at the scramble to the back straightaway. There's Parsons. Wrong way. Down toward the garage area. Looks like it's the end of the afternoon for him. For the lead. 2:42 complete. Bodine first. Now into second. We've got a new man. It is Earnhardt in number 3, working away methodically all afternoon as the hood is up down on pit road on number 33, and they continue to work on Harry Gant's automobile.
Yes, and you can see the smoke rising from the underneath the hood of the car. They definitely have a problem. Could be an oil leak of some sort.
The key point here, I think, Ken, is that they are...
Let's see if we can get a word from pit road.
Again, as the work continues on Harry Gant's car, again, the key point is that whatever problem they have, be it front brakes, be it suspension, be it an oil leak, they are reparable problems. They are problems that this team can work on to keep that car back out on the racetrack and compiling laps. And every one of those laps means a better finish position. And with Terry Labonte out of it, with every lap, Harry Gant is going to gain in his chance to win the championship. Let's go for a further report to Jackie Arute.
We're down here with Harry Gant. Harry, what's the problem now? What's wrong now? He says he can't hear us. It's very obvious, though, as we look inside the engine compartment, that it's a severe oil leak, and it could be a major problem, not necessarily tout fini for the day, but he'll be way off the pace.
So, as Terry Labonte's car expires, Gant stays on pit road. Emerging as a factor for the championship is a three-way battle, and the outsider is the man on that Ford, number 9, Bill Elliott. Elliott has now fallen back to 4th. Bodine there is Elliott, and he is in a tussle right now with Ricky Rudd. The position swapping almost every lap out here among these top contenders. Now you see Cale Yarborough coming to the line. Cale in number 28 with Bobby Allison, 7th and 8th place, right there. Cale just a little wobble as he goes into turn number 1. Allison right with him, 7th and 8th place. David Pearson just behind them in the 16th. And there's the 1 car of Lake Speed. Now Speed very much is in this race. Still looking for that first Grand National win. He lies in the 9th position. Lake Speed, car number 1. And behind him comes Waltrip, who has fallen to 10th. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Phil Parsons has pulled the Skull Bandit Chevrolet in the garage. Phil, they're working on the car. What's the problem?
Got a couple front studs broken in the right front hub. They're going to try to replace them and get back out.
Well, Larry Pollard and the crew are working feverishly under the hood of the car to the right front. They will try to get Phil back on the Speedway.
Well, one more position is picked up by Gant. He came in very slowly a moment ago. Phil Parsons is back. Remember that Labonte was the 10th retiree, Burschwell 11th, Parsons 12th, but he may be coming back out. And Gant, way off the pace, is idling around the track at this point, trying to stay in the battle for the championship. For the Hal Needham crew, this is a toughie today. It's got to be hard to watch this.
It certainly is. He's just trying to make laps now, and I see the oil leak has sprung again. The car is smoking again. Of course, he's limping around because the less harder or the slower you run the car, the less RPMs the engine turns. Therefore, the oil leak is not as apt to be as bad. But he'll probably have to come in again soon as we see smoke trailing from the car.
They may have told him on the radio to bring that car in at this point. Here he is, still trying to make laps, still trying to stay out there and find some way of gathering some more points toward that championship to be decided next Sunday afternoon. And now there's the battle for the lead. Bodine is there, Earnhardt is with him, and Earnhardt, so determined. What a bulldog he is, just keeps coming back.
Ken, I don't think we can say enough about the drama that we've seen in this Journal 500. We've been following this series since it opened at Daytona. This race has had everything. A two-man battle for the point championship. We know that story. Terry Labonte, the point leader, blows an engine, goes to the garage, sits helplessly while the race for the lead goes on. His rival for the championship, Harry Gant, out there with a car that's beat up and battered. The brakes don't work. The suspension's all bent. Now the oil's running out all over the racetrack, and he's struggling around trying to collect points. And meanwhile, up front, we have the spectacular battle for the lead, right now involving Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt, but right behind them, Bill Elliott, who set a track record here and is the local hero, has a chance to get himself back into the championship chase with a victory. I don't think you could ask for a better race than what we're having here in the Journal 500. Let's go to Jackie Arroux.
And we're with Bill Elliott's brother, his crew chief, Ernie Elliott. Ernie, of course, we just said to you, you may be back in a mathematical chance for the point chase. Your feelings about that?
Well, we feel good about it, but, you know, right now we're more concerned about this race than anything. So, you know, we're just trying to concentrate on what we need to win the race and, you know, not worry about the points right now.
What do you think it will be necessary? What will it be to win the race? What are you going to need?
Well, we've not fully decided yet. We're still tinkering around with the car a little bit. We need to make a couple more adjustments, and then I think we'll be in pretty good shape.
That's the story from Bill Elliott's pit.
Harold Kinder has just put a consultation flag on number 33. This man, Harry Gant, currently second in the standings. He's coming back on pit road. Travis Carter has been trying to deal with an oil leak. He's been using rags, anything he can find to deal with that problem. Here's Gant coming around, and he'll be coming on pit road right now. Consultation flag is out again. He did not come on pit road, and the black flag again was extended again as he went down into turn one. I believe it's, what, 3 of those, and they stopped counting.
That's correct, Ken. He has 3 laps once the black flag is shown to him to come in for consultation. Of course, they know what the problem is. He will stay out there and probably run those 3 laps to give the crew as much time to get ready for him to come in to repair the oil leak.
Harry Gant, of course, is trying to hold on to any points that he can gather, and I think you hit it on the head, Glenn. He's going to take advantage of every quirk of the rule to get as many laps in as possible. That's the whole story for Gant. He has no idea what position he's in. Official scoring can't tell us what position he's in because he's been on and off the racetrack so many times. The key for Gant is to turn laps, and the fear for Gant is that he'll be black flagged off the racetrack because the oil leak creates a liability, a danger for the other cars. That's why they're bringing him in now to talk about that leak and to figure out if they can allow that car to continue to run safely. He's going behind the wall.
254 laps complete, 74 to go. And the activity on pit road centers on this man, Harry Gant of the Skull Bandit. Back with the leaders. Bodine first. Earnhardt second. Bill Elliott third. Ricky Rudd fourth. Benny Parsons is in fifth. Going sixth is Baker. And that's changing. They just swapped them back again. It is Baker now fifth, and Parsons drops to sixth, with Cale Yarborough seventh, Allison eighth, Speed ninth, Waltrip 10th, Marcus 11th, Richard Petty 12th, Sterling Marlin 13th. 13 cars in the lead lap. 1 lap down in 14th is Tim Richmond. David Pearson is 15th. Ron Bouchard is 16th. Trevor Boyce is 17th. Morgan Shepherd 18th. Rusty Wallace 19th. And Neil Bonnet is in 20th.
Amid all the drama, Ken, of this championship chase, I don't think we've said enough about the race leader. Number 5, running out front now and running so strong today, Jeff Bodine with a new team in 1984. They hope that they can put together a lot of immediate success, and boy, have they. 2 race victories, 13 top 10 finishes this year. They've got new sponsorship and a great program for 1985. Young man who does not come out of the Southeastern stock car ranks. He was a short tracker up in New England, native of Chaumont, New York, and was the late model sportsman star for years and years before he cracked Grand National racing. Now he's in the thick of the Grand National scene, and he looks like a very strong candidate to win it here today. On the first lap, he bulled by Bill Elliott, the man who set the fastest lap ever here, took the lead. He's run with the leaders all day. Mark that man as the potential winner of the Atlanta Journal 500.
Elliott came into this race 218 points out of first place. He was in third. Gant was in second. And right now, he's looking stronger by the moment as they turn these final laps out. Another driver who's having an outstanding day is Doug Hebron. He's cracking into the top 20 here. He's a rookie driver. He's had all kinds of engine problems this season, but he picked up one of Ken Reagan's engines. And it appears it's paid off because Ken Reagan in 01, or rather Doug Hebron with the Ken Reagan engine stays up there between 20th and 23rd at the present time. Here he is back there with Sterling Marlin at the present time. 01, Hebron making a very good run in the Atlanta Journal 500.
Ken Hebron is another New Yorker. He comes out of Oswego Speedway, which is the home of great super modified racing. Hebron wanted to go IndyCar racing, smashed up his IndyCar, and now finds himself in the Grand National Wars.
Leaders coming at you. Phil Parsons, I believe, just came back on the track. There are the leaders going down into turn number 1. Bodine first. Earnhardt second. Elliott third. All looking for their first win in the Atlanta Journal 500. Back on the track, number 33, Harry Gant, still showing some smoke. And 2 booths down, the radio network is next to us, and the next booth to that is the NASCAR booth, and they are really observing, talking on the radio to see how much oil 33 is dropping at this point. Let's go to Jack Arute.
We're down here in the pits with Travis Carter. Travis, is there any indication as to what the problem is that's causing all the oil?
Got a cracked piston or something, and it puts pressure in the crankshaft in case it's going out the breather.
Can you go the distance with it the way it is? Can you go the distance with the way it is?
Well, we'll just have to try to keep working with the thing and stop the thing from smoking so bad. If we can do that, we can run as many laps as possible. That's all we can do.
Well, let's hold your breath and hang on down here in 33's pit.
Well, it's tough for Harry Gant to be a straggler. He likes to be right up there on top of it. Now he's just holding on, and he's on the ropes. Once again, here with Benny Parsons. That Copenhagen car stays very much in this race. He's in the lead lap, and he's being shown in 6th position, just in front of Cale Yarborough in 7th, Bobby Allison in 8th. In the 9th position, Lake Speed. Here's your leader. Now we have car number 3, Earnhardt, moving around. It is Dale Earnhardt going, and he's sliding sideways. It is Earnhardt making a real shot for the lead. He gets sideways in number 5. Bodine comes back for the lead. How about those taters?
It looked like that Dale ran over something on the racetrack at that point, Ken, because the car just went away from him all at once.
When should they be pitting in a green condition?
I didn't keep track of the last laps. It should be coming up very shortly. I would say within the next 10, 15 laps, they should have a pit stop coming up.
So Bodine goes back in front, and in 2nd is Earnhardt, with 3rd Elliott, 4th Ricky Rudd. None of those 4 have ever won the Atlanta Journal 500. This one of the most prestigious races on the entire $10 million Winston Cup Tour from Atlanta, Georgia. They load up, and 40 hours later, they'll be in Riverside, California to begin primping for next week's finale. We're going to have some finale here this afternoon.
$450 degrees. That's how hot parts of your car's engine can get, even in ordinary driving.
Watch how heat and stress can break apart your oil's protected molecules. That's motor oil breakdown. STP oil treatment's heat-activated molecules fight motor oil breakdown, fortifying your oil with extra lubricants and anti-wear agents. Get extra protection. Fight motor oil breakdown with STP oil treatment. STP. Your car care company.
H.B. Scott won a gold medal at the 1904 World's Fair because he made chewing tobacco like no one else. Today, that tradition lives on in H.B. Scott's premium blend. It's specially cut in ribbons from the tender part of each leaf. And it's this special cut that makes H.B. Scott such a smooth, clean chew. No other chewing tobacco looks or tastes like it, because no other brand is made like H.B. Scott's Premium Blend.
Can you believe it? JT with an $18 million contract?
Sure is a long way from the playground.
Think he still drinks Strohs? Yeah.
Hey, guys.
JT, Mr. Millionaire.
Richard. Timothy.
This is all right.
Glad he didn't forget his friends.
Or his Strohs.
Where is the Strohs? Out by the pool.
The pool?
Strohs and Strohlights.
Now that's a cooler.
Fire brewed for smoother taste.
Long before Dallas.
Doctor, that sure is a beautiful animal.
Decades before Dynasty.
You knew what a frightful girl I was when you married me. I did not deceive you, sir.
There was Giant.
Me, I'm gonna have more money than you ever thought you could have.
Where land is big and the power of men even bigger.
Buy him out and get him out of here.
James Dean, Elizabeth Taylor, Rock Hudson, Giant. Monday night at 8:05 Eastern on your Superstation.
267 laps have been completed, 61 remain, and it's a flat-out great stock car race that we're watching today at the mile-and-a-half Atlanta International Raceway. Average speed, 127.5, no record. You have to go back to 1970. Richard Petty, that record has stood over all these years. Here's Bodine, still in first. Earnhardt knocking on the door in second. Bill Elliott's third. Ricky Rudd is fourth. Baker's fifth. Parsons is sixth. Cale Yarborough seventh. Bobby Allison eighth. Blake Speed is ninth. Darrell Waltrip is in 10th. Marcus 11th. Richard Petty 12th. Sterling Marlin 13th. And those are the cars in the lead lap. Note that Bill Elliott has never finished in the top 5 in this Atlanta Journal 500. He's been 6th on a couple of occasions, 1981 and last year. Right now, he continues to run with the leaders and hold third. Back in 1970, there had been no cautions at this point when Richard Petty set the record for the race. There's Buddy Baker, number 21. Now on pit road, the 5th place automobile when he came on pit road. Wood Brothers over the wall. Next year, it's Kyle Petty at the controls of that car.
Yes, and I'm sure Buddy would like to go home a winner in this, the final race with the Wood Brothers. He's been running in the top 5 or 6 most of the afternoon. He's in for a scheduled 2-tire pit stop right now to take on gas also.
Buddy Baker would like to have stretched a few more laps out of that stop before he had to make that stop. We have word from Dr. Jerry Punch that the number 5 car of Jeff Bodine, which was being shown as the leader, will be coming in within the next 5 to 6 laps, and that replenishment should give him the opportunity. Here's a move on the outside by Elliott going to the lead, and Bodine is on pit road.
Bodine is on pit road, and so is Earnhardt. New leader, Elliott. New leader is Elliott, and it would seem to me that something's amiss on Cale Yarborough here.
Evidently, he must have made a pit stop that we did not see. I didn't see him come down pit road, but that's the only explanation I can think of.
Made the early stop. You're there with Bodine. Jeff Bodine making that stop. It's under green. Right side rubber. There's the number 3 car. Away goes car at 17 8/10 of a second on car number 5. Bodine on pit road. That pit stop will take them home.
And here's Bill Elliott coming down pit road for his scheduled stop. The crew is ready and waiting with 2 right side tires. They come out and start filling the car up with fuel, and they're changing, put 2 new Goodyear tires on the right side.
Clock ticking on Bill Elliott's number 9.
Ernie Elliott, the crew chief on the number 9 machine, said he has kept an 8 brand new set of tires ready to go. They have been mounted on the number 9 machine. Elliott is ready for the run to the finish. It'll be very close, Ken. They should have enough fuel, enough tires to make it the distance, but that pit stop came just in the nick of time in terms of being able to make it to the end of the race from there. If we stay green, the charge should be on to the finish with Elliott ready to get back into the thick of it.
Car number 55, here's Benny Parsons. Being ready to make his pit stop. I would think that he is the leader until he pits. Everybody else has been in. And I would think that Parsons now has it. Ricky Rudd has pitted his automobile. Well, they've really been working on fuel range on these cars this year.
Yes, they have, and I noticed yesterday that several of the cars, the 55 car of the leader right now, Benny Parsons, the number 3 car of Dale Earnhardt, and the number 9 car, Bill Elliott, have a fuel sensor in them to tell them how much fuel they have used.
Here he comes onto pit road. You're right there, sitting beside Benny Parsons as he comes onto pit road to make this last and very crucial pit stop. Bill Champion and company ready to go to work. Leo Jackson and that team trying to scrub off. Some of the residue that windshield is picked up. Oil, rubber, pock mark. He's away. The Champions crew getting car number 55 out in very good time. New leader, as we have it, should be number 3. Number 3 and 5 still at it as they were before that pit stop. And there's number 9, Bill Elliott, right with it. We're going to have a marvelous finish here today. Bobby Allison just pitting number 22. Earnhardt is in front. Bodine is in second. Elliott is in third in this marvelous race.
Things didn't change very much. You still have the front 3 cars still just running right together. You can put a blanket on them right now. Very, very competitive race.
That's so many times the instance where you change all of that, where a second on pit road, so many 100 feet on the racetrack, it changes the whole complexion. Not true today. Still only 11 cars retired. 10th car out was Terry Labonte. 11th car was Burschwell. Others out, Bobby Hillin, Jody Ridley, Terry Schoonover, Joe Ruttman, Dean Combs, Lenny Pond, Mark Stahl, Bob Penrod, and Ken Reagan. We have no late report as yet on the condition of Terry Schoonover, who crashed from turn number 3 very hard. Front 3, this trio, marking this Atlanta, Georgia race. Atlanta Journal 500 is one of the most exciting in history. It's come down to some close finishes before. Earnhardt's been part of it. Had a dandy race with Waltrip. Had a great race on one occasion with Neil Bonnet. Right now, he is in the driver's seat, controlling the event, but not by much. Front 3, crossing the line. 276 laps complete. 276 now complete. 4th place car is Ricky Rudd. In 5th is Cale. And officially in 6th is Bobby Allison. Challenge for the lead. Bodine, one more time for first. Bottom side. Earnhardt won't relent. He stays right there and hangs onto it on the outside. He's sweeping corners 55 feet and better. Give you a chance to really go racing on this track.
Certainly does. The wide turns here in Atlanta produce some of the best and most competitive racing you can see all year. There's a lot of room on the racetrack to pass cars, so it really makes for a competitive show.
Bonnet on pit road, number 12. He's just come in, Neil Bonnet. What a struggle up in front. Great picture from on pit road. It's Neil Bonnet, last year's winner of this event when he was driving the Raymock car. Stays right in the hunt. Down a couple of laps, but he just doesn't quit.
Certainly hasn't been his day. He's been in on, I think, 3 different occasions for unscheduled stops with cut tires. So, again, looks like the even-year jinx remains in effect for Neil Bonnet.
There he is, going back out very slowly as the leaders circle around into the second corner. Bodine, Earnhardt, Elliott in this struggle. I would say that Elliott's in real good shape at this point.
He certainly is. Of course, I think all of the front 3 cars are in good shape.
Looks to me like Parsons may come in again. Drop to the bottom of the track. No, that's Gant in the 33. Gant on the bottom. Of course, Gant is wishing some more cars would retire. He could stay out here and pick up some more positions in that battle for the championship.
I think another car that we ought to give a call out to is the 75 car, Dave Marcus. He's still running very, very strong. He is not very far behind the leaders on the racetrack right now.
Okay. Again, if you look at that trio of front runners, you've got to think about Bill Elliott's record this year. That team has had a lot of trouble, a lot of niggling problems that have put them far down in the running order, but in the last half dozen races, they've come on very strong, and they've done it by working with the car all day long. They won Charlotte that way. They won Rockingham that way. They would fade back into the field, work on the car, adjust it, dial it in, get it right for the late laps. And in those late laps, Elliott repeatedly has demonstrated the ability to come up with the key pass to get to the front to win the race. And if he can do that here today, not only will he win his hometown race for the first time, not only will Lumpkin County up in the North Georgia mountains go up for grabs for the victory celebration, but most importantly, Bill Elliott will be a contender for the Winston Cup championship going into the final race of the year.
Well, here it is, 3 cars struggling for the lead. Elliott lying just about 5 car lengths back from Dale Earnhardt in second, and up in front it remains Bodine. 4th place car is Rudd, then comes Baker, Parsons, Waltrip in 7th, Allison in 8th, Sterling Marlin in 9th, and we now have 8 cars in the lead lap. Marlin has gone 1 lap down. Here's Jack Root.
I'm with Ernie Elliott, the crew chief for Bill Elliott's car that's in 3rd place. First, Ernie, can you go the distance?
Yeah, we can finish the race.
Second, can you win the race? Can you make those 2 spots back up?
Well, I don't know. That's hard to say, you know. The cars in front of you are very good cars and are very good drivers. And, you know, when it comes down right down to it, you just do the best you can do.
Sounds like a political answer to me.
Bodine, Earnhardt, Elliott, running in tandem out of turn number 4. Main straightaway from beneath the flag stand. 283 of the 328 laps now complete. Come down to that time that will decide it, and these 3 continue to just pound on each other out here, but things can change just as quickly as a motor can go dead. We saw happen with Terry Labonte earlier today. What a misfortune for him. There's Bodine. Dad, a racetrack promoter for many, many years in the state of New York, and he has just got stronger and better. He used to drive modifieds for Dick Armstrong up in the Northeast. Thought I saw a glimpse of smoke there for just a second as it came around.
I think it was tire smoke as they run through those rough corners. It probably got the bottom of the car against one of the tires and just put a little puff of smoke.
Well, it would seem to me that Elliott in the number 9 sitting there in that catbird seat watching what's going on in front. It's time to do a little planning. Earnhardt is right in the middle of that. The laps are down. It's 284 laps now complete. Of course, they're telling him on the radio exactly where they are and how much time there is left in this event to decide it.
There are 44 laps left, and I really think that right now Bill Elliott's just kind of cooling his heels, keeping the leaders in sight, running right with them, but not going to make a move until probably about 20 laps to go in the race. He's just taking care of his car, saving it for the end right now.
It's still Rudd in 4th, Baker in 5th, Parsons in 6th, Waltrip in 7th, Allison in 8th. Again, a lap down now. In 9th is Marcus. In 10th is Speed. There's Richard Petty, and there's son Kyle still in it. Richard Petty in car number 43 is being shown 11th. Kyle in car number 7.
You can see the distinctly different lines that the 2 Petties take through the turns. Richard has always been known for running the high groove on the racetracks. He went to the high side that time. Son Kyle stayed down low.
What has car number 3 got left in it to take the win today? Jack Root may have the answer.
Well, with Richard Childress, the car owner. Richard, have you got anything left in your bag of tricks to make that run for the front?
Well, we'll see right at the end of the race. We've kind of guessed the weather today, and we've been pretty close, and we don't have any drastic changes. We might be in pretty good shape toward the end of the race.
Trying to keep the bridle on Dale Earnhardt's got to be a difficult task.
No, he's really cooperative. He's just a great race driver.
Dale Earnhardt at number 3 has 10 Grand National wins. His most recent at Talladega, Alabama, this past August. Here he is in 2nd spot. It's one he'd sure like to get his teeth into. Here they are, the front 3 still together. Of interest is the interval from the front 3 back to the 4th place car, which is the Ricky Rudd machine. It's a pretty healthy advantage for those front 3, about 5 seconds. What's going on at the STP Pit Center right now, David?
Again, here on the pit road side of the racetrack, we follow with special affinity the work of the Harry Hides, crew chief for the leader, Jeff Bodine, and Richard Childress, from whom we just heard, turning the wrenches on the machine for Dale Earnhardt, and of course the entire family backing Bill Elliott's racing team. But I think the nice thing about this race, if it stays green, it's going to be decided by old-fashioned Grand National throttle stomping. The crew chiefs have done all they can do. The teams have made all the adjustments and changed all the tires. And what it's going to boil down to is the guy who's got the move to make on the last lap, the guy who can put his foot in it and win the Atlanta Journal 500. It's a driver's race from here.
38 laps remain to be run this afternoon, and these 3 figure to put their name in the record book as new winners of the Atlanta Journal 500. Will it be Elliott? Will it be the man up in front now, Bodine? Or will it finally come home for Dale Earnhardt? Front 3 together. Here they are in this very short main chute. They could line those cars up side by side at the width of this racetrack, about 50 feet, and bring them across. It could look like 59 at Daytona.
Yes, these extreme short straightaways don't allow the guys much time to relax before they're back into a turn again, fighting that steering wheel.
Well, the old Kentucky lad who built such great cars, Harry Hyde, is standing by with Jerry Punch.
Well, there's a lot of confidence here in the Jeff Bodine pit. Harry Hyde, Jeff Wilson, and Winston Cup.
We have a technical problem down there with Terry Punch's equipment for just a moment. We'll get back with Harry Hyde momentarily. Number 5, Bodine, still staying there. Earnhardt works in second, and the big shadow is the number 9, that Ford Thunderbird, which lies just behind him. 291 in the book. 328 will make the mark. Bodine, who's had just a fantastic year, and they anticipate next year to be right up there to battle for the championship, and they really feel they'll be number 1.
Absolutely, they do, Ken. They're very, very high on their chances because it's very unusual for a new team to come out and win 2 races. Looks like he may be on his way to a 3rd victory this season. That's unusual for a team to come out and even win 1 race in its first year of existence, and so they're very, very high on their chances for next year.
Front 3, and Gant battling for the championship, staying out here, accumulating laps. He's running down many laps in the leaders. Stays in the bottom, tries to stay out of the way as his car continues to smolder, but it's still there. Meanwhile, back with the leaders. Going down into the first turn. Car number 3 up in front, and number 5, Bodine, says sayonara. I think that's Bodine coming in.
No, I think that's 51.
Bodine is not in the picture with the leaders. Jeff Bodine's car
right.
is in trouble, and Kerosun is going out, and now here's Bodine.
It's coming in very, very slowly.
Into the pits.
They do not have any tires out. Evidently, there's a problem under the hood. I saw a little wisp of smoke come out of it just as he rolled to a stop. They're going behind the wall.
Earnhardt leads. Elliott second. What a hard play. That is unfortunate. Jeff Bodine trying to win that first super speedway race. Picked up 2, some of the shorter facilities this year at Nashville, at Martinsville, but not to be here today. So there it is. It's down to this. Dale Earnhardt and Bill Elliott in a skirmish, trying to win their first one at Atlanta, Georgia. And now Elliott looks like he may be ready to pick up the pace a little.
Yes, I suspected that he was going to wait till about the lap 2:10 mark before he made his move. Now that Bodine has had his misfortune, it only comes down between Earnhardt and Elliott, so Bill may make his move very soon.
295 laps are complete. The standings, Earnhardt first, Elliott second, Rudd is third, Baker to fourth, Parsons to fifth, Waltrip to sixth, and it is Bobby Allison in seventh. Let's go to Jack LaRue.
Jeff Bodine, a good run this afternoon, but just not quite enough for the victory.
Came up a little short. I guess really don't know what happened. We got a little water out the exhaust. We might have broke a valve or a head or something. But Jackie, the thing was running so good, and B&R competition engines did a great job with the engine. Harry Hyde with the chassis. The guys did a great job on the pit stops. That's a shame. I guess it was the drive of my life out of super speedways, and it looked like we might get one, but came up a little short. We've got so much to look forward to next year, Jackie, that we can handle this defeat here today. It hurts, but we can handle it. We're just coming back next year real strong with the new sponsor, Levi Garrett, with Beneficial Finance. We're just happy about what we've got, and God's been good to us, but we'll come back again.
Well, you still got Riverside next week, too.
Well, we're real excited about Riverside, Jackie. Got a brand new car, just built for road racing. I've never had that before, and we've had good runs out there, so we're really looking forward to Riverside. And we've got a great team here. Rick Hendrick has put together just a fantastic group, and to run this good in our first season, it's so encouraging to look forward to next year. We're real happy about it.
Well, you're going to hear a lot more from Jeff Bodine for many years to come.
Led the most laps out here today. Thus far, 106. 26 lead changes among 11 drivers, not the record. That stands at 45 among 14. Bodine collected some $13,000 today. He circulated around this track.
Question for Glenn Jarrett at this point. With Bodine dropping out and a 3-car battle becoming a 2-car battle, will Bill Elliott's strategy change now, Glenn? What would you do if you were in the driver's seat?
Well, I don't think it'll really change too much, Dave. As I said earlier, I think Bill's going to wait about 10 more laps to make his move, if indeed he has the muscle to go by Earnhardt. Earnhardt is one of the toughest, most tenacious competitors out there, and regardless of how fast Bill Elliott's car is running, Dale Earnhardt is going to be one tough cookie to pass on that racetrack. But I think in the next 10 laps that you'll see Bill make his move if he's able to.
Isn't it a whole lot simpler, though, for 2 drivers to decide it between themselves than to have that 3rd player in the game jumbling up the draft and complicating the issue as they come down to the wire? Isn't a 2-car shootout much easier?
Very, very definitely, Dave. It's going to be much easier for him to, to contend with 1 car rather than have to think about passing 2 cars. So I think that, if it did anything for Bill's chances, it improved them because now he only has 1 other car to contend with.
Dave Despain at the STP Pit Center. He'll be bringing you up to date final moments of this race and what's going on the pit side of activity. But here it is. It's on the track right now. Earnhardt is out in front. I'll never forget 1976 when Dale Earnhardt was driving that Chevrolet of Johnny Ray. Crashed right up here in turns 3 and 4 with Richard Brooks. Flipped several times. That was his 3rd Grand National race. And it was his first time here at Atlanta. It was some arrival. 2 years later, he finished 4th in Rod Osterland's car, fulfilling the Cinderella story, and he won the Rookie of the Year title in '79, and of course the championship in 1980. Now the 3rd place car in the race is this machine, car number 15. That's Ricky Rudd, and with him is Lake Speed, who's just gone 1 lap down. Lake has hung it out there today, and he is running 8th overall. Lake Speed in car number 1. 9th is Marcus, 10th is Richard Petty at the present time. Back with the leader. And here comes Elliott drawing a bead on 1st place.
Yes, I think he's going to move up as close to Dale as he possibly can, run right with him and check him out. Really put some pressure on Dale to see where he might be able to make his move to take the lead.
Earnhardt looking for the 11th win of his career here this afternoon at the Atlanta Journal 500. Darkness is beginning to settle in over this racetrack. Late in the day and late in the race, 302 laps have now been completed. 302 down at the 328 to be run. It looks as though it will be between these 2. But the way the engines have been going away, better hold on that story.
Ken, the old $2 part story, how many times have we heard that? $80,000 race car sidelined by $2 parts. The number 5 automobile of Jeff Bodine went out because of a drive belt on the fuel pump that just simply ran the car out of gas. You probably buy one at your auto parts store for $5.95. It cost Jeff Bodine a whole lot more than that here today.
There is no one more determined than this man, Dale Earnhardt. Here's Cale Yarborough showing some smoke as his car skitters the moon in turn number 4. Earnhardt staying in front, and he's getting a little bit of an advantage over Elliott down in turn number 1. Rudd 3rd, Baker 4th, and the Copenhagen car of Benny Parsons remains in 5th.
He certainly did pick up some distance on Elliott that time as they came off of turn 4. Bill elected to go high, got boxed in with some traffic up there, and he gave Dale about an 8 to 10 car length advantage.
7 cautions thus far in the race. 1 more. Ricky Rudd is playing with that. He's about 6.5 seconds down. Make a major difference in the story. Harry Gant continuing to run. Bodine is out of the race. Pearson is out of the race. Parsons, Burschwell, Labonte. 14 cars now retired, along with Bobby Hill and Jody Ridley. Terry Schoonover, who was taken to the hospital after a serious crash in turn number 3. Joe Ruttman, Dean Combs, Lenny Pond, Mark Stahl, Bob Penrod, and Kenny Reagan are on the event. Now that interval favors Earnhardt with 305 laps complete. So we're getting down to decide this race. It'll be between Earnhardt and Elliott. Stay tuned for the exciting finale to the Atlanta Journal 500.
So hold up! Go on! Lighten the load! Lighten the load! Throw down the trunk! They're catching up! Get rid of the straws!
Get rid of the straws?
Good thinking, Bart.
Yep.
Stroh's and Stroh Light. Fire brewed for smoother taste.
Search presents The Encounter. You never know when you're going to find yourself face to face with someone special. But with Search, you're always ready.
Excuse me.
the Statue of Liberty?
Only Certs has a great taste, plus a glistening drop of Retsin and a fresh, clean flavor to get your breath fresh enough to be as close as face to face.
It is very beautiful, no?
She's French, just like you. Certs, regular and sugar-free, for breath that's fresh enough to be face to face.
Those terrific tummies. They have no idea what some tummies are put through. From bending and binding, shaking and shifting, just to make them flat. Introducing the new Belly Burner. It can flatten your stomach. Although it looks easy, it isn't. But it works and strengthens your lower back. Order your Belly Burner today and we'll include Jim Everroad's bestseller, How to Flatten Your Stomach.
I'm convinced this system is the best and quickest way to flatten your stomach. Now, if you don't agree, return it, and I'll return your money.
The Belly Burner, only $19.95 during this limited TV offer. It's patented, proven, and it works beautifully.
COD and credit card orders call toll-free 1-800-257-1234. In New Jersey, call 800-232-6966 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $3 for shipping and handling to The Belly Burner, Box 7500, Atlanta, Georgia 30306.
18 laps to go. This time by. The current leader is Dale Earnhardt at number 3. He may be dragging something off that car, is the latest report we're getting from some observation towers around the track. Bill Elliott lurks in second spot. Ricky Rudd is several seconds back in third. Denny Parsons is now up to the 4th position, the man who won the Coca-Cola 500 earlier this year.
And just as we talked about Earnhardt having some problems, I noticed that time as he went through turns 1 and 2, some fire came out of the exhaust pipe on 2 different occasions, so he might be having some kind of problem.
So maybe a header dragging a little?
It could very well be.
Here he is. And the pressure is really on, and the drama continues to build. The tension as car number 3, Earnhardt, stays in front and may be developing a problem. Dale Earnhardt, who's never won this Atlanta Journal 500, but the sister race, the one run in the spring on this track, the Coca-Cola 500, has fallen to Dale Earnhardt. And as a former winner, he was asked, what does it take to really run well on this mile-and-a-half Atlanta track? This is what he said.
The car's got to run comfortable through the corners and be able to run fast, and that's hard to do all day long. And if you get the combination working and do that all day, you'll be in the top 1 or 2 positions at the end.
Well, he's up there now in one of those top 2 positions. Dale Earnhardt first, Elliott second, Rudd third, Denny Parsons still maintaining 4th spot. There's the 4th place car, Parsons. He's got some clear sailing in front of him, and that's not what he would hope for now. He'd like to be right up there, take a shot at Ricky Rudd. Denny Parsons with the Copenhagen car number 55. The other in-car camera today, the Valvoline car, antenna was broken on car number 47 about the midway point of the event. Ron Bouchard was giving us some fantastic pictures earlier, and he is a strapping fellow who really uses a lot of shoulders and arms to get that car through the corners. Let's go back to Dr. Jerry Punch. Technical difficulty down there on Jerry Punch. Earnhardt first, Elliott second. Here they are, back straightaway. Elliott drawing up a little bit closer now. He had fallen back to about 8 car lengths, call it 6, as they go back to turn number 3. 312 laps complete, 313 when they combine this time, and 15 laps to go.
Whatever Earnhardt's problem was seems to have solved itself. He hasn't slowed down any. Elliott is slowly but surely gaining on him, but it's going to be a tight run for the finish.
Buddy Baker retires, car number 21. Baker back behind the wall. Buddy Baker has retired, car number 21. It is out of the race. That is the 15th retiree from the event. And still lies right here.
Remember, too, Kenley, that there's a quest there, the Buddy Baker story. The Wood Brothers team, winners in 25 consecutive seasons, have not won a race this year. Buddy looked at mid-race like he might be a contender to win the Journal 500. They have gone behind the wall, and they have only 1 race remaining. Now they're back out onto the racetrack, but they will not win today, and they have just 1 more shot at Riverside, California, to keep alive one of the great team streaks in Grand National history as the Wood Brothers try to win in this, their 25th straight season.
As Baker comes out, number 33 started to come in. He is loping down pit road, and he's going back behind the wall. The number 33 car of Harry Gant has come back on pit road another time and is immediately going back behind the wall.
I believe he's through for the day. He has pulled the car completely behind the wall. There was a great deal of smoke erupted from the car as he came down pit road, and I think the engine finally expired on it.
Well, he's going to finish. Labonte will probably be credited 5 positions back of him today in the standings, so it's going to get even tighter as we go to Riverside, California.
So Harry will probably only wind up with about a 10-point net gain because Terry had a 5-point bonus for leading the race, which Harry did not lead today.
Here come those 2 leaders. And now 316 laps complete. Puts us within 12 laps of the finish. And Earnhardt seems to be drawing away. Rusty Wallace is on pit road another time. Boy, it has been some performance. Here's Wallace's car, number 88, Cliff Stewart machine. Carrying new livery next year on car number 88, Wallace. Let's take a look at 3rd place out here. That's Ricky Rudd, lapping Doug Heveron in the 01, and right behind is number 1, Lake Speed, in 7th. We have 5 cars in the lead lap. They are Earnhardt, Elliott, Rudd, Parsons, Allison. Lap down in 6th is Walter, 7th is Speed, 8th is Marcus, 9th is Petty, and Cale Yarborough is relegated back to 10th. 11th is Sterling Marlin, 12th is Bouchard, 13th is Richmond, 14th is now Trevor Boyce, and 15th is Rusty Wallace. Looks to me like Earnhardt is building up to take this race home.
He has certainly pulled away in the last few laps. He's increased his lead now a couple of car lengths over Bill Elliott. Bill just doesn't seem to be able to do anything at all with him.
Back they go into turn number 1. Elliott just not able to get any closer. It's also a race against darkness here after 7 caution periods, and one of them very lengthy for the Terry Schoonover crash in turn number 3. Lights on the scoreboard across from us look a lot brighter than they did 15 minutes ago.
They certainly do.
Here we are out of turn number 2. Car number 3 leads by almost half a second now. A little over half a second. 0.56. And that goes away. Elliott got a lap together that time.
But Ken, I noticed as we were speaking right then, Bill really pulled down low coming off of turn 4 and really cut that distance in just about in half.
320 complete of the 328 to be run. And Elliott begins to make a determined effort to get back in this race. Turn 3. Earnhardt, Elliott. A new name for the Atlanta Journal 500 record book. Elliott a little sideways as he came off 4.
He really had the steering wheel turn hard left to keep that car low, and he seems to be picking up some momentum as he can keep the car a little bit lower on the racetrack than Earnhardt can right now.
Thrilling battle coming down to its final moments. Ricky Rudd in 4th, Benny Parsons lies 5th. Will this be the day that Dale Earnhardt earns his 11th Grand National win? Or will Bill Elliott take it away in these last laps? 321 in the book, 322 when they cross the start-finish line this time. About to put a lap on Bobby Allison's number 22, the 5th place car. 132-mile-an-hour average this far in the race. Record about 140, 1970, Richard Petty. Not a factor today. A lot of cautions. Back straightaway, here comes Elliott and Earnhardt. Bobby Allison down low. Won this event in 1982. Should have won it last year by a lot of folks' estimate with 8 laps to go. Had that shunt up in turn number 4, and he slapped the wall. And Harry Gant says goodbye to this race, but he stays very much in the championship battle as we go to Riverside, California next Sunday. Skull Bandit out of it. Right now, Wrangler car number 3 in front. That number 9 car of Bill Elliott, that Ford Thunderbird, working in 2nd spot. Scoresbook's going to be pretty happy if he does it again. Wins 3 races at the end of the season. Very likable lad. Bill Elliott right there, trying to close it up, trying again. Now, coming out of turn number 4, they have moved around Allison, put him a lap down. Countdown continues. 324 now being shown complete. 324 of 328 down. Difference stays at about 8 car lengths. You'd think that if he has any more to give, Bill would want to pull up here and be ready to attack.
Well, I think he's pulled about every trick out of his bag that he could possibly find. Dale is just running a terrific line around the racetrack right now. He's not making any mistakes. And it looks like right now he's going to take a mistake or a mechanical breakdown on Earnhardt's part for Elliott to catch him.
Back to the STP pit center. Here's Dave Despay.
As we said earlier, Ken, the crews have done all they can do now. It is in the driver's hands. Bill Elliott has got to make a move, and he's got to make it now if he's going to get close enough to pull off the pass on Earnhardt. The way Earnhardt is running, he's going to be difficult to get around. Elliott has got to get into a challenging position right now if he's going to win this race.
Again, Ricky Rudd is lined several seconds back in third. Trying to apprehend Dale Earnhardt is Bill Elliott as we come down to the finish of another great Atlanta Journal 500. Coming by for 3:26. 3:26 in the book, and Elliott is giving it everything. He was able to scrub off about 2 car lengths on that lap, and he had it twisted every which way to stay in it. Remember that Rudd is third, Parsons fourth, Allison fifth, Waltrip sixth, Speed seventh, Dave Marcus eighth, Petty ninth, Yarborough 10th, Sterling Marlin 11th. Ron Bouchard is up to 12th. Tim Richmond is in 13th. Back they go to turn number 3. Harold Kinder, final flagman, had himself a piece off a race car earlier today. There's Cale Yarborough showing a little smoke. White flag is being extended. White flag is out. Remember that Earnhardt lost by a car length to Benny Parsons here in March. He may win it by 4 or 5 lengths today.
Certainly looks like he has things well in hand as he carries about a 10-car length lead down the backstretch and goes into the third turn for the final time.
Okay, this is it for all the marbles. $336,000 at stake. And Dale Earnhardt, who's been outside on this race, the Atlanta Journal 500, is about to step into victory lane. He's out of turn number 4. Coming down, checkered flag is unfurled, and Earnhardt takes it home. Dale Earnhardt is victorious by just about a half second over Bill Elliott in second place. A very happy crew for Dale Earnhardt and the Richard Childress people. They've had a lot of misfortunes with motors over the last half of the season. They've really come back strong here today.
They certainly have, Ken. Dale ran an extremely good race. He just didn't make any mistakes all day long. The car held together under him. He was able to bring it home first.
Ricky Rudd will finish in third, and Benny Parsons motors home to 4th place this afternoon. Parsons, with a fine performance, gets 4th. It'll be Bobby Allison 5th, and Waltrip in 6th. We'll be joining the winner, Dale Earnhardt, in victory lane shortly here this afternoon. Earnhardt wins the Atlanta Journal 500.
Weightlessness can really be fun. But believe me, when I suffered cold symptoms in space, it was no fun. See, in zero gravity, sinuses don't drain and noses don't run. So a cold tablet really has to work. And Actifed did. Actifed, containing triprolidine, opened my nasal and sinus passages so I could breathe freely again. No wonder it was the cold tablet specified most by doctors for 10 years before becoming available over the counter. Try full-strength Actifed, available to you without a prescription.
How do birds fly? Where do zebras get their stripes? How can one sleepy fella ask so many questions?
Come on, now it's our time. I made some General Foods International coffee.
A touch of orange.
It's orange cappuccino. I'm having Swiss mocha. I love that chocolate taste. By the way, where do zebras get their stripes?
Please, no more questions.
Celebrate the moments of your life.
With General Foods International coffees.
I love losing weight, but I hate counting calories. With my busy work schedule, counting calories is a real chore. But Slim Fast helps make losing weight easier because it counts the calories and you lose the weight. Each shake is a nutritious weight loss meal you have for breakfast and lunch. It's delicious and satisfying. It's such an easy diet plan. Slim Fast counts the calories, you lose the weight.
Slim Fast helps make losing weight easier. It counts the calories. You lose the weight.
Tuesday, a super double feature.
What kind of a man are you?
The story of one Spaniard whose bravery changed the course of history.
Where do you find your courage?
And whose love for a woman lives on in legend. Charlton Heston, Sophia Loren, El Cid. Then,
just because I'm out in the open about things, just because I don't sneak around, I'll be reasonable, Drake.
Kings Row isn't big enough for a rebel like Ronald Reagan. The spectacular El Cid at 8:05 Eastern, followed by Kings Row, Tuesday night on your Superstation.
Back in victory lane here for the Atlanta Journal 500 with the winner, Dale Earnhardt. First of all, Dale, congratulations. A fine run today.
Thank the good Lord. I'm going to tell you, he's looking after us today. We had a little problem there at the end. Something flew off the car, a rear end cooler or something. It started smoking and sparks flying there at the end, and I was worried about it making, but it made it.
Let's go back to the middle of the race. That seemed to be the period when the car really came to the front.
Well, you know, the car ran good all day long. We just sort of was, you know, biding our time. You know, there's a lot of traffic at first of the race, and we want to stay out of trouble. And there at the end, when Bodine and number 9 was running all together, I just figured we'd just ride along there with them and wait till the end to do something. And then Bodine fell out. And I tested Bill. I'd run Bill hard, and I could pull away from him anytime I want to. I could watch the car get loose coming off course. So I just sort of kept a steady pace.
Well, you look like you had your hands full one time coming out of turn 4 as well. You got a little crossed up there.
It wasn't none too tight, but I tell you, it had to be that loose to run fast.
Your first victory in the Atlanta Journal 500.
I tell you, it's a good one.
Well, that's the story from Victory Lane. A very jubilant crew for Richard Childress, the Wrangler Jeans Machine, and, of course, Dale Earnhardt.
And so Dale Earnhardt has won the Atlanta Journal 500, his second career victory on this racetrack. Cinderella didn't smile on Bill Elliott today. It looked like the family from the North Georgia mountains might come here and win their home racetrack race. Didn't happen that way. But perhaps more importantly, Bill Elliott may well have kept alive his chances of winning the Winston Cup championship. And now that this race is finished under near darkness, the championship chase indeed moves on to a finale next weekend at Riverside, California, and we'll have it all for you live on TBS Sports. We'll be telling you more about what's happened to the challengers here today when we come back to Atlanta International Raceway to wrap up the story of this Atlanta Journal 500.
Racing from the inside. No one covers it like Auto Week. Auto Week makes you an insider at the world's great race circuits every week. In the pits, behind the scenes, even in the cockpit with racing driver columnists in Formula One, NASCAR, and kart. Inside coverage just days after the race. And Auto Week puts you inside the world's most exciting cars, right behind the wheel. Auto Week takes you inside the whole automotive scene. Personalities, great cars of the past, columnists with inside scuttlebutt. Let Auto Week make you an insider, too. Call for a year's subscription to Auto Week. 52 issues at the basic price of $23. Just 44 cents an issue. Call 1-800-554-1800. And get this $10 Auto Week fender cover absolutely free. Call right now, 1-800-554-1800. Let Auto Week make you an insider, too.
Where are you hurting the most, Jimmy?
Name it. Better straighten up.
Yeah, we don't want to disappoint your fans.
No.
Hey, Jimmy, good run.
You had him right from the gate.
Your best deserves the best.
Two Bud Lights.
The less filling light beer with a first name in taste.
Hey, Jimmy!
Right.
Bud Light.
It starts with a subtle glance. The enticement of discovering something wondrously new. The Dodge Aries K. Sleek, new styling that will captivate you. Performance that will infatuate you. You always knew Aries for its economy and value. Now you'll love it for its beauty.
Back here with second place finisher Bill Elliott. Bill, it was the pole in second place, just not enough at the end of the race.
Well, no, Earnhardt was losing a bunch of oil, and I couldn't even see him at the end of the race.
So you're saying that maybe he should have been called in?
Well, I don't know about that, but how can you outrun what you can't see? The car got a little bit loose, and I couldn't judge nothing.
So it was a difficult day for you.
Oh, my gosh, it got ill there at the end.
Well, you've got Riverside to look forward to, the scene of your first victory last year. What are your hopes and expectations going to California?
Well, I'd like to win it again, still yet. We've run good, we came close, and, I'm pretty much pleased with the day. The car ran good, we gained some points on some people, so we'll see what California brings.
Well, we'll all be watching. Let's go back upstairs now to Ken Squire.
We're still trying to get word on the final positions between Terry Labonte and Harry Gant, and as yet we have no word from official scoring on that. Terry Schoonover is listed in serious condition. Final word from you, Glenn?
Well, Ken, I think we saw a very exciting and competitive race today. Of course, the points battle turned out to be anticlimactic, and we'll invite all the fans to tune in and watch the race next week from Riverside to see who does win the points championship.
All right, Bill Earnhardt wins. It's Dale Earnhardt first, Bill Elliott second, Ricky Rudd third, and Benny Parsons coming across fourth today. For Dave Despain, for Jack Arute, Dr. Jerry Punch, and our friend Glenn Jarrett, thank you for being with us for the Atlanta Journal 500 today here at the Atlanta International Raceway. I'm Ken Squire.
Promotional consideration and fees paid by Copenhagen, the world's largest selling moist smokeless tobacco. Copenhagen, since 1822, the tradition continues. And by quality products from the STP Corporation. STP, your car care company. By Barclays American. Barclays American means money. Money for cars, tuition, or home improvements. For fast, friendly response to your financial needs, call or stop by the Barclays American office nearest you. By Valvoline, makers of Turbo 5 motor oil. Proven protection for turbos. Extra protection for any engine. Live coverage of the Atlanta Journal 500 has been brought to you by Dodge, a front-wheel drive revolution, a turbocharged revolution, a performance revolution. Dodge, an American revolution. And by Bud Light, the less filling beer with a first name in taste.
Westbound and down, 18-wheeler rolling. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm westbound, just watch old bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal, son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana, and we'll bring it back no matter what it takes. Westbound and down, 18-wheeler rolling. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm westbound, just watch old bandit run.